rather issued an order simply restricting entry and exit during trial testimony. So on those grounds, I have no objection, and I just wanted to get an affirmative statement from the defendant that they are not objecting to any of the court's order.
That was going to be my next question.
And Your Honor, we are not, and Mr. Bryant, did I discuss that with you this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And how I felt about it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I ask you if you were okay if I represented to the court that we did not object?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you okay with the order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let me clarify something that the prosecutor said. He used the word close the courtroom quite a number of times. That is not what I am doing. The courtroom is open, but people may not enter or exit the courtroom except when I'm on a break or in between witnesses. The interpreter just came in violation of that order, and I'm going to ask the interpreter, and I checked with AOC, and Armando's going to work with you. Interpreter needs to be using headsets, needs to be here before court starts, and needs to be in that corner with the mother in this corner, because we are having videography. There have been distractions with the interpreter. So I spoke with AOC, and I'm guessing you didn't get that information. So that has to be done before we start court, and court commenced at 9 a.m. today. So please let anyone know who is working and giving you a break or substituting out. I have informed Armando of the DA's office, who's in charge of the victim's family, and I have informed AOC. So you're not going to be able to set up now because we're going to start trial. So please take your seat. You can't be standing because that's a security risk to my deputies. All right, state ready? Is defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good evening. We are ready to continue with the state's case. Mr. Delfunk, are your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is going to call Esmeralda Castillo.
Situation normal. Eddie, would you mind pouring her some water? And if we run out, I have bottled waters in my refrigerator, but you can grab one at any time if we run out. Okay, good, thank you. Good morning, just come right up here, ma'am. If you'll come up on the podium and remain standing, if you'll raise your right hand, if you'll look at me, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated, ma'am. And Ms. Castillo, have you ever testified in court?
No.
Okay. My bailiff has given you a cup of water. That's fresh water. We have more behind you if you need some more. Everyone in the courtroom has to hear you, but especially this is my court reporter right here. Her name is Sheila. She cannot see in the back of her head, so she can't tell if you nod or say uh-huh or uh-uh. So we may say, would you please answer yes or no? Is that a yes? We're going to need you to come forward or to bring the microphones up towards your mouth so you can be heard. And lastly, the attorneys are going to have some questions for you. And you may anticipate the questions, and you may want to make sure you get the answers out and start talking before they finish their question. Then Sheila can't take down both of you. She has to make a decision, and then we don't get a perfect record, okay? So with those rules, I'm going to let Mr. Delfunk start the questioning, okay?
All right. Good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury? Give us your name.
Hi, my name's Esmeralda Castillo.
All right. And would you mind spelling your name, please?
Esmeralda. Castillo will be Castillo.
Thank you so much. And Esmeralda, what do you normally go by? What name do you normally go by?
I go by Rose.
Rose, okay. Do you mind if I call you Rose? Okay. As I ask you questions, if I ask you anything that you don't understand, just go ahead and let me know, okay? And I can rephrase that question, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Rose, can you tell me, tell the jury, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
18. In July of 2022, when Susana was killed, how old were you then?
16 years old.
And where do you live?
I live in Hoy Taylor Drive in Norcross.
And is it Hoy Taylor Drive?
Hoy Taylor.
Okay. And who do you live with?
My mother and my little brother.
All right. Back in July of 2022, did you live at that same house?
Yes, sir.
And who did you live with at that time?
My mother and my little brother.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you, if I can, a map here, which has already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 32. All right, I'm going to walk up to you. Can I approach the
Certainly.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to stand behind you over here, if I can, so the jury can see. Can you see this as I'm holding it? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So on this map here is Singleton Road here, and this is Santa Ana Drive, where Susana lived. Where do you live in relation to Susana?
I lived in the neighborhood across from her.
Okay, so this road, and I'm going to turn this just so we can see everybody here. This road here directly across the street from Santa Ana Drive, is that Hoy Taylor Drive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long, did you ever visit Susana at her home?
Yes.
Did she ever visit you at your home?
Yes.
And how long of a trip is it if you are walking to in between the two of your homes?
Depending on how long it takes for us to cross the road, because that is a busy road, it could take 5 minutes most.
At most.
At most, yeah.
So if it's a really busy day and you have to wait for traffic to pass on Singleton, and it's a bad day, that's at 5 minutes at most.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so less than that normally if it's not busy.
Yes.
How often would you see Susana?
At least once a week at her house.
At her house?
At her house, at least once a week.
And she would come and visit you at your house?
Yes.
Tell the jury, just walk us through a little bit. How did you meet Susana?
I met Susana in middle school. We had a class together and we just became friends.
What middle school was that?
Red Loft Middle.
And how long before she was killed did you meet her? How long had you known her?
I would say 5 years.
Now, describe your relationship with Susana.
We were friends, as any best friends are. We would argue, but for the most part, we had fun together. We didn't have to do much to be happy around each other.
You described her as, was she your best friend?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of things would y'all do together?
We would go roller skating. We would watch TikToks in my room, paint, play instruments, you know, girl stuff.
I understand. What kind of instruments did y'all play?
I had a piano at my house and a ukulele. She had one of her own as well, so we would use those.
All right. And you said that you met her at Red Loft Middle School. After you finished middle school, did y'all attend school anywhere else together?
We attended Meadow Creek for 1 year together.
Okay. Are you in school now?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you in school at?
I just finished at Phoenix High School.
Did you just graduate?
No, I'm in the current process of getting my diploma.
Fantastic. And so you said that in a week's period of time, how many times did you and Susana hang out in total?
Almost every day.
Almost every day. Now, that's hanging out in person.
Yes.
And as people do, particularly younger teenagers, did you also text and send messages on social media between each other?
Yes.
And was that an everyday thing?
Yes.
Now, describe for the jury, did you call her Susana or did you call her something different?
I called her Susana.
Susana, okay. Was she happy?
She was very happy.
All right. And when y'all were hanging out together, was she happy?
Yes.
You and her were best friends, but were there other people that you two would hang out with in a friend group?
Yes.
Who were they?
That would be Kaya.
All right. Kaya Jones?
Kaya Jones.
Okay. And how did you know Kaya?
We also met through middle school in the same class that I met Susana.
Was that around the same time?
We all met at the same time.
Okay. So you and Susana and Kaya, at the time that Susana was missing, when missing was killed, y'all had been friends for about 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And would y'all spend time together in a friend group?
Yes.
Did you know any of other friends of Susana's, Kelly or Alyssa?
Yes.
All right. And tell me, how did you know that?
Susana introduced me to them.
Okay.
Just
And
on a random day.
could you repeat that last part?
Just on a random day, she introduced me to them.
Okay. And how long had you known them? When did you meet them?
I met Kelly maybe a year before Susana went missing, and Alyssa a couple weeks before she went missing.
Okay. Did you ever spend time as a group together with Susana and Kelly or Alyssa?
I spent time with Kelly, yes.
And where would you guys spend time at?
My house.
All right. Now, is your family that you live with, was your mom okay with your friends coming over and spending time at your house?
Yes.
I find that oftentimes in a friend group, there's someone's house who tends to be kind of the hangout house. Was that your house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how often would you spend time together with Susana and Kelly and Kaya?
All of us, maybe a couple times a week, 2-3 times.
Mostly at your house or somewhere else?
Mostly at my house.
Did you ever spend time together with them over at the Sterling Glen apartments where Kelly and Alyssa lived?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. Where would you go or where would you spend time at over there?
We would be at the park mostly. If not the park, we'd stay on the staircase near Alyssa's house, or we'll just be in Kelly's room.
Okay. Now, during those times when you were hanging out with Susana and the other girls, would y'all ever smoke marijuana together?
I would not.
You would not. Were they ever smoking marijuana while you were
Yes.
there? Okay. I want to take you to July 26th of 2022, the day that Susana was taken. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And if you would, please tell the jury, where were you at that day?
I was at home.
Had you seen Susana that day?
No.
When was the last time, if you remember, that you saw Susana in person before she was taken?
Maybe 2 days prior.
And what were y'all doing?
I believe we were just hanging out at a party and at my house.
Okay. Now, you have phone number. Did you have their phone number? Susana's phone number, Kaya's, Kelly's phone numbers?
Yes.
Would y'all text and call and send messages to one another over the phones?
Yes.
On that night, July 26, 2022, what was the first time that you realized something might be wrong with Susana? What was the first thing that happened?
When her mother had called me asking me where she was, and I had called her and I didn't get a response from her.
Okay, so tell us about that. Did you get a call from Susana's mother?
Yes.
And did you answer that call?
Yes.
And if you recall, what time was that?
I did not remember.
Okay. Now let me ask you, was it daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime.
And what were you doing when you got the call?
I was in bed.
Did you, had you texted with, before Susana's mother called you, had you texted with Susana or talked with her that day?
No.
When Susana's mother called you, did you know where Susana was at that time?
No.
So tell us a little bit about that phone call. What happened during that phone call with Susana's mother?
She called me asking if Susana was at my house. Of course, that's my best friend, so I will back her up. I told her that Susana was leaving while I was able to get enough time to get a hold of Susana.
Okay. So Susana was not at your house, but you told her mother that essentially she was at your house and that she was leaving.
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because Susana's my best friend and I didn't want her to get in trouble.
Okay. So so you were covering for Susana.
Yes.
But at that time, when you told Susana's mother that, did you know where Susana was at?
No.
After you, I can imagine, as a best friend, and you just told her mother that, did you try to contact Susana?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I contacted her, calling her, no response. So I texted her and told her that her mother was looking for her and she better be on her way home before I get in trouble.
Okay. And do you have any idea approximately what time you sent those messages to Susana?
I do not remember what time.
Okay. Did you ever receive a phone call or a text back from Susana kind of acknowledging the messages that you had sent to her?
No.
All right. So after you sent those messages to Susana, tell us what was kind of the next thing that happened that night, if you remember.
I started contacting Kelly and Kaya to see if maybe she was with them. That is when Kelly had informed me that she had hung out with her prior, but she had already left her house.
Okay. So did you call Kelly or did you text her or was it on social media? Do you remember?
I believe I texted her on Instagram.
Instagram. Now, you reached out to Kelly. You were just asking, have you seen her, or what was the nature of the message you sent?
I asked her if she was with Susana.
All right. And what was her response?
She said that she had just left her house.
All right. So once Kelly sent, and did she respond to you on Instagram at that point?
Yes.
All right. Now, after you got that message, what'd you do?
After I got that message, I had contacted Kaya just to double make sure because I didn't have her location. And that is when Kaya, we were just on the phone. I don't remember what happened after that.
Now, you said you didn't have her location. Do you mean Susana's location?
Yes, sir.
And how would you have had her location?
You can have someone's location through iPhone or Life 360.
Did you have those applications? Well, I know on the iPhone there's the Find My iPhone feature that's on that. Did you have the ability to see Susana's location with the Find My iPhone feature?
I did, but I did not use it.
Okay, so that night you didn't look at the Find My iPhone?
Yes.
Life 360, did you have that application?
Not at that time.
Not at that time, okay. Had you had it before?
Yes.
And when you had it before, were you sharing your location with Susana?
Yes.
Was she sharing her location with you?
Yes.
Now, how long before she was taken did that stop? Did you stop using the Life 360 application?
I don't remember.
Okay. And maybe a better question, just to kind of narrow it down. It was before that day? Was it before that day that you stopped using the Life 360 application?
Yes.
So when you looked, you didn't have any way to see where Susana was at that time?
Yes.
So you, because of that, did you contact Kaya?
Yes.
Now, why did you contact Kaya?
Just to double make sure that she was in the correct area.
Did Kaya, to your understanding, did Kaya have the ability to check and see where her location was?
She did.
I'm sorry?
She did.
Okay. When you called Kaya, did she give you any information about Susana's location?
I don't really remember the conversation we had, but to my knowledge, I don't even think she answered that phone call when I called her. We had talked afterwards.
Okay, so we'll get to that. But you called Kaya did you call her pretty quickly after Susana's mother called you?
Shortly after.
And to your recollection, she didn't answer that call at that time.
Yes.
How long after that did you actually talk to Kaya?
Kaya had called me a couple minutes afterwards.
Okay. And so you talked to her at that point?
Yes.
At some point, did Kaya send you screenshots or location information for Susana?
Yes.
What kind of things, what was, if you remember, what did she send you?
She had sent me a crash detection alert that she had gotten through her phone, so it was a screenshot of that, of Susana possibly being in a car crash.
All right. You got that information from Kaya, and when you got it, your best friend possibly being involved in a car crash, what did you do?
I kind of freaked out because I hadn't heard from her, and I knew she wasn't home yet through her mother, so I had gotten on the phone with Kaya to speak about it, and I woke up my sister, and we went to the location of where the car crash was detected.
So your sister, what's your sister's name?
Zaire Parada. Zaire Parada.
Zaire?
Zaire.
Very good. How do you spell that?
Zaire.
All right. And what was her last name?
Parada.
All right. How do you spell that?
Parada.
She was living with you and your mother?
No, she was just there for the night.
Okay. Where does she normally stay at?
I believe she stayed in Sterling Glen Apartments at that time.
Okay. And so you contacted, did your sister ever hang out with Susana? Did you know her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you contacted your sister and walk us through what happened when you contacted her.
I woke her up. She was sleeping, and I had told her that Susana might possibly be in a car crash. So with that being said, she had contacted her boyfriend, which then me, my sister, and my sister's boyfriend went to the location to check.
All right. You say you went to the location. Do you remember what that location was?
It was these townhomes nearby our neighborhood.
All right. And I'm going to show you something that's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 51. It's been previously identified as the Oak Lock Trace neighborhood here. Is this where you went?
Yes.
All right. Now, why did you go to that location? If you would, could you put up exhibit number 51's not scanned in. That's the only one that's not scanned in. The Oak Lock Trace neighborhood, why did you go there?
This is where the location was at.
Okay. Now, you said the location. What location was that?
The location that Life 360 had said her phone was at.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you here State's Exhibit that's been admitted. Actually, I don't think it has been admitted yet. Let me show you this. Down here, State's Exhibit number 33. I know this is a big map down here, but I want to draw your attention down here to the bottom right-hand corner. Are you familiar with the area that you live in?
Yes.
Okay. And looking down here at this map on the bottom right-hand side,
Do you recognize this area?
Yes.
All right, and what is it?
A neighborhood?
Well, just very generally, is this the area, the neighborhood around which you live?
Yes.
Okay. Does it appear to be fair and accurate representation of the area where you live?
Yes.
All right. And then, of course, there's the much larger map of much of Gwinnett County here. As you look at that, just very generally, does this appear to be an accurate map of the area of Gwinnett County?
Yes.
All right. And, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibit number 33.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 33 is admitted without objection.
Judge, may I publish this? Beth, would you mind handing me that easel? Turn this, and I'm going to get out of the way. Okay. And would you mind coming down off the stand just to help me out here for a second?
What's your step? There's 2 steps there, okay?
If you can come around here, I'm going to turn this so that the jury can see it exactly way. There we go. And Ms. Drake, if you need to move, of course, I'm probably blocking your view.
Ms. Drake, feel free to move wherever you need to move.
Down here on the right-hand side, we're here where it says Susana Morales' home. Does that appear accurate to you? Where her home is? Okay. And because you're no longer in front of the microphones, you are soft-spoken. If you can, just speak up a little bit and make sure the court reporter and the jury can hear you. The area over here where it says Oak Block Trace, is that where you went to go look for Susana?
Yes.
You live across the street from Santa Ana over here on Boyd Taylor. It's maybe kind of cut off a little bit over here. But how far is it from where your house is to the Oak Block Trace neighborhood where you went and looked?
Maybe around 5 to 6 minutes.
All right. Is that if you're walking or if you're in a car?
In a car.
Okay. And that night, when you went to the Oak Block Trace neighborhood, were you walking there or were you in a car?
I was in a car.
All right. And who was in the car with you?
My sister and her boyfriend.
Was it your car or was it your sister's car?
My sister's car.
She picked you up?
Her car was at my house when we left.
That's right, 'cause she was staying at your house that night. Do you remember approximately what time it was whenever you guys left the house to go search the area?
10:50, maybe,
Okay.
around that time.
And is this at night, 10:50 p.m.?
Yeah.
All right. Then you can have a seat back on the stand. This out of the way, please. Thank you, sir. When you got there, tell us what you did when you got to the Oak Block Trace area.
I was on the phone with Kaya just so I could see, I could hear the location coming from Kaya's phone. And with that being said, my sister had Susana's phone number. My sister was calling her phone to see maybe we could find it or find any debris of any sort of car crash. But that road and that neighborhood was very quiet that night. So obviously there was no car crash.
And that was going to be my next question. Did you see anything that looked like there had been a car crash?
No.
Now, when you're walking around, when you got there, did y'all just drive around the neighborhood or did you get out and walk?
We got out and walked
And how much of the neighborhood did you walk around?
the whole neighborhood.
The road that Oak Block Trace is on, that neighborhood, the main road, Steve Reynolds Boulevard, did you look in the Steve Reynolds Boulevard area there to see if you saw anything?
Yes.
And tell the jury, after going there that night, did you see anything any kind of trace of Susana?
No.
Did you see her phone?
No.
When your sister called her phone, did y'all hear any ringing or any light or anything like that, or did you find her phone?
No.
How long do you think you were out there looking?
Most 20 minutes. We were out there for a while.
Okay. So you went out there looking. After about 20 minutes, tell us what happened, what you did.
After we had no trace of her or her phone, we just headed back home.
And what's going through your mind at this point?
I was just kind of freaking out because I know she was not at her friend's house. She was not at home, so I was just worried for her safety.
Now, was this kind of behavior from Susana, disappearing and not telling anyone where she was at, not calling or responding to calls or text messages, was that like Susana?
No.
And tell us what you mean by that.
For that behavior is very abnormal. She is definitely the type of person to let someone know, at least one person know, where she is heading.
And you being her best friend, were you oftentimes that person?
Yes.
After you got back to your home, was it after 11 o'clock?
Yes.
All right. Now, after you got back to your home, kind of tell us what happens the rest of the night, what's going on?
I'm just kind of trying to distract my mind from thinking the worst of her that could have happened to her. I'm still checking in with Kaya. She's still updating me on her location, being in the same neighborhood. And I didn't get much sleep. I waited till the morning.
So, even after you got back to your home, you remained in communication with Kaya?
Yes.
And so was Kaya, while you're on the phone, was she providing you updates from Susana's location on Life 360?
Yes.
And during that time, do you recall, did Susana's location ever change from that Oak Lock Trace area?
No.
At some point, did you ever use your Find My iPhone feature to try and see if you could find any information about Susana?
Yes.
All right. And when, if you remember, when approximately did you do that?
A little bit after I had arrived home, so past 11.
Did you get any information from the Find My iPhone feature?
She was at the same location in the neighborhood.
Okay, so your Find My iPhone feature showed her at that Oak Lock Trace area?
Yes.
Now, from the time that Kaya sent you the text message about the crash alert, from that time, did you, how many times do you think you reached out to try and contact Susana?
Every 10 minutes.
Now, how did you reach out to her? Were you calling or texting or social media?
Texting.
Now, at any point after that moment that Kaya sent you that crash alert, did you ever receive any response from Susana?
No.
So you said after you got home, you kind of checking, and then throughout the night, did you remain checking throughout the entire night, or did you go to sleep? What occurred?
Eventually, I did fall asleep.
By the time you had fallen asleep, had you received any really new information from anybody about where Susana was at?
No.
When you got up the next morning, just kind of tell us what happened.
I got up the next morning. I had contacted Kaya. She said that she had already spoken to Jasmine and that they had filed a police report. But as we all know, you have to wait 48 hours for a missing person they can start looking for them. So we decided to look on our own.
So the next day, you continued searching?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you did in efforts to locate Susana the next day.
The next day, I met up with her sister, Jasmine Morales, and the Oak Lock complex homes, and we just searched for her around there. At that moment, we had already made flyers looking for her as a missing person, and we had received a phone call that was saying that they basically had her. Of course, us not knowing anything, we got scared, so we called 911, and that is when an officer arrived to the scene.
Okay. Now, you said you got a call. How did did you get the call?
I believe it was Jasmine that had gotten that call.
Okay. Throughout looking for Susana, did you receive phone calls from people claiming to have seen Susana or know where she was at or have taken her or something like that?
Yes.
And ultimately, Did you, attempt to follow up and see if any of those things were accurate?
Sometimes.
Did you ever find any of the information that people gave you, these tips that people called you with, to be accurate?
No.
How did people get your phone number to call you?
I had made a flyer with my phone number on it.
You put was it your personal cell phone number on it?
My personal cell phone number.
How many calls from strangers did you get because of the phone number you put on the flyer?
Throughout the whole time of her disappearance, probably over 1,000 phone calls.
Okay. And during that period of time, did anybody provide you, from those calls, did anybody provide you information that helped you identify where Susana was at or what had happened to her?
No.
A few days after Susana disappeared, do you recall getting a phone call from a blocked or private number?
Yes.
All right. And did you know who was on the other end of that phone call talking to you?
No.
Male or female?
Male.
All right. And when the person called you from the private or blocked number, what was that person asking you about?
That person was just asking me if there was any updates on the case, whether we had found her or not, just wondering about the case.
All right. And did the person ever identify themselves?
No.
Did the person ever tell you that they were a police officer or law enforcement looking into the disappearance of Susana?
I did not recall that.
All right. And the individual on the other line, did they ever provide you with a name or any kind of contact information on how to reach out to them and talk to them?
No.
Did you and Susana ever talk about boys?
Yes.
Talk about boyfriends or boys that you might like, things like that?
Yes.
Did you know Susana's boyfriend, Axel?
Yes.
Did you ever hang out with him?
I was there when she met him.
Okay, so you knew him from the beginning.
Yes.
And how long before Susana was taken did she meet him?
I do not recall an exact date.
Okay. And I don't need an exact date. Just give us an idea, if you can. How long had they been talking?
Maybe a month or two.
And tell us, how did Susana feel about Axel?
She had just gotten out of a really toxic relationship, so Axel was her fresh breath of air. She really liked him.
And you knew Susana, so because you really liked Axel, was she the type of person that would have just decided to randomly go out and hook up with somebody else instead of Axel?
No.
The night that she disappeared, really that whole day, do you recall, did you have any messages with Susana that day?
None.
Susana, did you ever know her to just run away and not tell anybody where she was going?
No.
How was her relationship with her mother?
As any daughter-mother relationship, there was flaws, but for the most part, they got along well.
And she loved her mother?
Yes.
Did Susana ever come to your home to stay whenever she would get into an argument with her mother or anything like that?
Yes.
Would she text her mother or at least let her know where she was at?
For the most part, yes.
Now, after Susana's disappearance, and I don't need an exact number, but you kind of told us about the day after and going and looking for her back at the Oak Trace. Did you ever go and look after that day, up until she was found? Did you ever go looking other places and canvassing and trying to find Susana?
Yes.
If you can give us an idea, how many times?
20.
And what kind of areas would you go? Where would you go look, and what would you do?
We would go to different towns, Lilburn, Johns Creek. We went in the Alpharetta area, just going around parks, putting up flyers.
Did you ever find any trace of Susana?
No.
Well, let me ask you, how did you find out that Susana's body was located?
I had gotten a phone call from a friend, and he had told me over the phone.
Okay. Her body was located on February 6th. Do you have any idea how long after that or what day it was that you found out?
I found out that same day when they had put it on the news.
Okay. And what went through your mind at that moment?
I was in shock and disbelief, as any person would be.
Had you ever met Miles Bryant, the defendant?
I didn't know who he was at the time, but I have met him before.
Okay. And you say you didn't know him at the time. I'm going to clarify. Did you have a friendship with or a personal relationship with the defendant anyway?
No.
Had you seen him before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell the jury about how many times had you seen him before, if you know?
I would see him around the apartments every once in a while, so maybe 3 to 5 times.
Okay. Now, did you know, seeing him around the apartment complex, are you talking about the Sterling Glen apartments?
Yes.
And did you know that he was a police officer?
No.
Let me ask you, did you ever have any time, not just seeing him, but having any kind of conversation with him?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There was an instance where me and Susana were walking in the Sterling Glen apartments when we were walking to a gas station right outside of the entranceway, where he had stopped in a black truck asking us if we needed a ride. We had heard from some other people in the neighborhood.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
I'm sorry, what was the objection
I
for?
think it's hearsay. Yeah.
I heard from some other people.
Oh,
Okay. And so, ma'am, I'm just going to instruct you not to testify about what anyone else told you. Okay?
yeah. That's all right. You were talking about walking to the gas station when, and continue from there. You said that the defendant pulled up in his black truck.
Yes.
All right, tell us about what happened when he pulled up.
He was just asking us if we needed a ride, where we were heading. We denied the ride, and we both continued on with our day.
Did you and Susana talk about that interaction?
Not afterwards, no.
Okay. And what was your feeling about that interaction with the defendant?
It wasn't odd for us to get, we were young girls in a neighborhood. It wasn't odd for us to get asked if we needed a ride anywhere, so we just kind of laughed it off and didn't talk about it.
So at the time, and it may be easier for us to look at a map here. Could you put up exhibit number 50? It's already been admitted as kind of as an overall map of Sterling Glen Apartments. You'll be able to see it here on your television.
Right here.
There we go. Oh. It was there. There we go. All right, can you see that? Mm-hmm. So State's Exhibit 50, here, the Sterling Glen Apartments. Can you see here on this map where that interaction with the defendant took place?
Yes.
All right, and can you point on your screen, if you can, where that took place?
It was around here where the entrance is, because I remember we were walking past the garbage and it smelled bad.
Okay, so you pointed to, and I'm going to show you over here, just over in this, is this area that you're talking about?
More up.
Up, okay, up here?
To the left.
To the left.
Right there.
Okay. This area right here, is this the main entrance to Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes.
And where is the gas station that you're walking to?
It's more up there towards the top right corner.
Right.
this is labeled on this map as a BP gas station. Is that the gas station that you were going to?
Yes.
Okay. And the defendant, do you remember what kind of truck it was?
I do not remember what type of truck it was.
That's all right. Now, how long did that interaction last?
Very few moments, maybe max 3 minutes. Not long at all.
Okay. After you declined to get in his truck, where did he go? Do you remember?
He was entering the apartments, and he just drove off.
So he was coming into the apartments as you and Susana were walking out of the apartments?
Yes.
And after that, he just continued on into the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you go to the gas station?
Yes.
Were there any other times that you had an interaction with the defendant?
Not one-on-one interactions, no.
I'm sorry?
Not one-on-one interactions.
Okay. Other than that one actual interaction, any other time you saw the defendant was just in passing?
Yes.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you, Rose.
The defense may have some questions for you.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am good. I just have a couple of questions for you. You mentioned, well, you didn't specifically say, so I want to clarify something. When you would be with all the other girls, would Susana be smoking marijuana?
Yes.
Are you familiar with any other drugs that she has used?
No.
Do you remember giving an interview to Corporal Conway back in January? It was actually in the early morning hours, 12:33 in the morning. 2 officers came to your home.
Yes.
Do you remember telling him that she's never done anything greater than pot or acid?
Yes.
When Susana would ingest drugs, did she know her limits?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the cop that as well? I should say officer, not you slang. The officer, do you remember telling him that as well?
I don't remember telling him that, but I could have.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything further?
No, you're.
May we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, ma'am, you can step down. You can stay in the courtroom or you can leave. State calls next witness.
Axel Zaragoza.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You come up on the podium, and if you raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please be seated. And sir, have you ever testified in court?
No.
Okay. This is my court reporter, Sheila. She's taking down everything that is said in the courtroom, including your responses. And since she doesn't have eyes in the back of her head, she cannot tell if you nod or if you say nod or in the affirmative. She also can't take down uh-huhs or uh-uhs, so we may say, is that a yes, is that a no, to make sure the record is perfected. We also going to need you to speak up. You're going to have to get close to the microphone so that the jury and my court reporter can hear you. Also, you may anticipate the questions of the attorneys, and you may want to jump in and answer, wait till they finish talking, because if you start talking over them, my court reporter doesn't know whose testimony to take down, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so just chill. There's water there if you would like some, okay?
Okay.
All right, good morning, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury? Tell us your name.
My name's Axel Zaragoza,
And would you mind spelling your name for us?
AXEL ZARAGOZA.
Axel, how old are you?
17.
And Axel, back in July of 2022, how old were you then?
I was 16.
16, okay.
Yeah,
All right. And so when do you turn 18?
this year.
This year, all right. Now, are you in school?
I just graduated.
Graduated, fantastic. And where'd you graduate from?
Meadow Creek High School.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to ask you, do you know Susana Morales?
Yes.
And tell the jury how you know her.
She was my girlfriend. I met her in the May of 2022. I met her at the gym,
And tell us, what gym are you talking about?
Planet Fitness.
Where was that at?
Jimmy Carter.
Now, were y'all both just in there working out?
Yeah, I was about to leave and I saw her, so I had to come back and get her number.
Okay, very good. And when you asked for her number, did she give you her number?
Yeah.
All right. After that, that was May 2022. Walk us through, I guess, a little bit about, did you end up starting a relationship with her?
Yes, we did.
And how long after you met her did that really start?
Probably like a little bit over a month.
Okay. Now, I have learned as I've gotten older that teenagers use different terms than I do. During that period of time, from when you met her to really when you started a relationship, were y'all talking?
Yeah.
Okay. And so just kind of the getting to know you phase?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. How did y'all mostly communicate at that time?
We were talking a lot on the phone. We would also hang out in person.
And where would you hang out at?
The first place we hung out, I think, was the lake,
Okay. What lake was that?
Lake Lanier.
All right. And when do you think, best you can remember, kind of a official relationship started?
Probably towards the end of May or early June.
Now, how often would you see Susana?
At least once a week, twice a week.
Okay. When y'all would see each other, where would y'all generally hang out?
Either like we would go to the movies or like out to eat
Would you ever spend time at her house?
once.
Did she ever spend time with you at your house?
Yes.
Now, where do you approximately, where do you live at?
On Tucker.
In Tucker.
Yeah.
How far was it from your home to Susana's home on Santa Ana?
9 minutes.
9 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, you know exactly
Yeah.
how long it took you to get there. Is that by driving or walking?
Driving.
Driving. Did you drive at the time?
No.
And so if she would come to your house or you would go to her house, how would you guys get back and forth?
My dad would go pick her up.
Dad would go pick her up, bring her back to your house?
Mhm.
And again, you have to answer.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You're doing fine.
You do good.
How often would you hang out at your house?
Probably hanged out in my house like 2-3 times.
And who do you live with?
My parents.
You have any siblings that live there with you?
My brother.
Okay. So you, your brother, and your parents?
Yes.
So when you would go to the movies or out to eat, how would y'all get to the movie theater or the restaurant that you were going to go to?
My parents would drop us off.
So would your parents pick her up with you in the car?
Yes.
Jeff, I don't really understand the relevance of any of this.
I'm just trying to have him lay a little foundation with his relationship with Susana and a little foundation.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Now, I want to take you to, well, before I go there, Did you like Susana?
Of course.
And do you feel like she liked you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you love her?
Yeah.
How would you describe Susana?
She was really uplifting. She was nice to everybody. She was a really loving person.
Did y'all have a good relationship?
Yeah, we did.
July 26th, 2022, the day that Susana was taken, did you talk to her that day?
Yes, I did.
Kind of tell the jury about that day and your conversations with Susana.
She called me over the phone before she left to Kelly's house. And also, right before she left her house, she also called me saying that she was going to go out with friends to go smoke. And she'll call me when she get home.
In the phone call, did y'all just pick up the telephone, or was it a FaceTime?
FaceTime call.
FaceTime call. So if you remember, do you remember approximately what time it was that evening when Susana FaceTimed you to say she was going to Kelly's house?
It was around 4.
Okay. And then, were there two FaceTime calls or just one?
2.
Two. Okay. So when was the first one?
Like around 4.
Okay. And in that call, what did y'all talk about?
We were just talking about her day.
Okay. Did she tell you at that point that she was going to go anywhere?
Yes.
Okay. And where did she say she was going to go?
She said she was going to go to Kelly's house.
Did you know Kelly?
Not personally.
Through Susana, did she tell you about Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever met her?
No.
Did you know where Kelly lived at?
No.
So when Susana told you she was going to go to Kelly's house, did you know where approximately she was going to go?
She said it was like 5 minutes walking distance.
You said there was a second call.
Yes.
And what was the second call?
She was telling me pretty much that she was going to go smoke with her friends and that she would call me when she got home.
All right. And what time, if you remember, was that second call?
Around 8.
Okay. So at the time she called you the second time to tell you she was going to go and smoke, was she at home at that time?
No.
Okay. Do you remember where she was?
She was in Kelly's apartments.
Okay, so she was already with Kelly at that time?
Yes.
Were you able to see Kelly in the FaceTime video?
No.
How long do you think that phone call lasted?
I don't remember.
It's okay. Now, there, she said she was going to call you once she left Kelly's house?
No, once she got home.
Once she got home, okay. Tell us if you can, did you ever hear from her again that night?
No.
Did she call you when she was on her way home or had gotten home?
No.
What was the first time that you realized something might be wrong with Susana?
When she wasn't answering her phone at all.
All right, so tell me, did you try to call her?
Yes.
And what time was that? If you know.
Probably like around 1 in the morning.
Okay. Now, at that time, by the time you had tried to call her, had anybody contacted you to tell you anything about there might be an issue or a problem?
Esmeralda called me around 1 in the morning saying if she was with me because she wasn't answering her phone and she wasn't home. And I said that she wasn't with me. So that's when I tried to call her.
Okay. So at 1 o'clock in the morning, you tried calling. Did you get any response?
No.
Did you try texting her?
Yes.
Did you get any response?
No.
And did you try social media?
Yes.
What kind of social media did you guys communicate on?
Instagram and Snapchat.
And did you receive any response from her on either of those platforms?
No.
What did you do at that time?
I told my mom.
Okay. Were you at home at that time?
Yes, I was.
1 o'clock in the morning, were your parents awake, or did you have to wake your mom up?
I had to wake my mom up.
And why'd you do that?
Because I started getting like uneased because she wasn't answering because normally she would always answer me, even if she was sleeping. You
talked to Esmeralda that night. Did you know Esmeralda?
Yes.
Had you ever met her or hung out with her?
Once.
All right. Did you have her number as well, Esmeralda's number?
No, I had her Instagram.
Instagram. So did Esmeralda contact you on Instagram or did she call you?
She called me on Instagram.
Called you on Instagram. Okay, so you can make phone calls on Instagram?
Yes.
Before Esmeralda had contacted you, did you have any indication from anywhere that something was wrong with Susana?
No.
Now, you expected a phone call from Susana when she got home. Did you have any idea what time that was supposed to be or when she was going to be home?
No, I didn't know.
Now, when Esmeralda called you, were you already asleep or were you kind of up waiting for the call from Susana?
Yeah, I was waiting for the call.
Had you tried, after you FaceTimed with her when she was over at Kelly's house, did you try reaching out to her before Esmeralda called you?
No.
Did you receive any messages from Susana while she was with Kelly and Alyssa?
No.
Did you know Kelly or Alyssa?
No.
At the time that, back on July 26th, and really expanded out a little bit before that part of the relationship was a new relationship, but did you ever suspect that Susana was seeing other guys or talking to other guys besides you?
No.
Would that, if she had been, would that have surprised you?
Yeah.
And why is that?
I don't know. It would have.
Another way of saying this, you didn't suspect her of running around on you or meeting up with other guys or anything like that?
No.
And you mentioned a moment ago that obviously Susana told you she was going to smoke. You knew she smoked marijuana?
Yes.
Did you ever smoke with her?
No.
And did you know how often she smoked?
No, I don't remember.
And when she told you that she was going to smoke, was that odd to you?
No.
Now, did you ever know Susana to run away and not come home?
No.
Did you ever know her to stay out and where her mom didn't know where she was and not communicate with her mom?
No, her mom always knew where she was.
Did you know her mom?
Yeah.
And how many times had you met her mother?
Probably like twice.
When you guys would, in the dating relationship, when y'all would see each other, would you mostly see each other around each other's families or kind of separate and apart when you were out at dinner or movies alone?
Both.
Both, kind of half and half?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you find out? Well, let me ask this before I get there. After she disappeared that night and you talked to Esmeralda, kind of walk us through what you did.
Well, I went to go talk to my mom, telling her that, Susie isn't appearing, she's not answering the phone. So she called her mom, and her mom thought she was asleep at her friend's house.
Okay. So your mother called Susana's mother?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so once that phone call happened, kind of tell us what happened.
I went to sleep, and I woke up the next morning, and that's when I called Jasmine. Esmeralda gave me Jasmine's number.
Susana's sister?
Yes.
All right. And you called her and said what?
I don't remember.
Why did you call her?
Because I care about Susie.
Sure. And you wanted, well, let me ask you, what did y'all talk about when you called Jasmine? What happened?
Well, at first she asked me if she was at my house because she didn't come home all night. And I said, no, she wasn't at my house.
Okay. At what point did you really become concerned that something had happened to Susie?
When she didn't answer the next morning.
Okay. So even when you talked to Esmeralda that night and hadn't heard from her, thought maybe, what did you think?
Maybe she fell asleep.
Okay. The next morning, did you try reaching back out to Susie?
Yes.
And did you get any response?
No.
When you talked to Jasmine and confirmed she wasn't at your house, what did you do?
She came to pick me up, and we filed a police report.
Who picked you up?
Jasmine and her mom.
All right, so where did you go with them to file the police report?
To their house.
Now, So were you present when the police showed up and to file the report?
Yes.
And did you talk to the police?
No.
After filing the police report, what happened?
They told us we had to wait 48 hours, I think it was.
And you get that directive from the police, right? They can't list her as a missing person until 48 hours. What did you do?
I don't remember.
Let me ask you, did you go looking for Susie?
Yeah,
And with that day or other days?
that same day too.
That same day. All right, where'd you go?
I think we went to where her last location was.
Had you received those phone screenshots as well that documented her location?
Yes.
All right. And who'd you go with, if you remember, to look?
My parents and Jasmine and her mom.
You went to that area where you believed her phone to be, the last location, and when you got there, walk us through what you did.
We pretty much just searched around like the outer woods of those duplexes.
Okay. And you looked in the woods?
Yeah, we were trying to find a phone.
Did you?
No.
Did you find any information about Susie?
No.
Did you talk to anybody there at that neighborhood?
I don't remember.
Now, how long do you think that you were out there looking that day?
Probably a couple hours.
When after y'all stopped searching that day, did you ever go back anywhere and look for Susie?
Yes.
Tell us kind of what efforts you made looking for her.
We would drive around to different apartments, different places, see if we could see anything, if we could find anything at all.
When you were driving around, who were you with?
Jasmine, her mom, my dad.
Now, when you were driving around, you said you went to different apartment complexes, different areas?
Yes.
Any particular reason you chose those areas to look at?
They were close by.
So it's more just kind of randomly looking around at different areas around?
Yes.
Did you ever find at any point any information about Susana's disappearance?
No.
If you know, you can give us an estimate if you need to. How many times did you go out looking for Susie?
Pretty much every day since she went missing.
It was over 6 months later before her body was found. Did you spend that entire time between her disappearance and her being found looking for her?
Yes.
During that time, did you ever find anything?
No.
How did you find out that the police located her?
I was at work, and Esmeralda called me saying that they had found her body.
What went through your mind at that point?
At first, I couldn't, comprehend it. I didn't want to believe it.
Did you still think she would show up and come home?
Yeah.
When you found out, did you find out the general area where her body was found?
I found out on the news later that day.
That area out in Decula, did you have any information, any knowledge about why Susana would be out there in that area?
No.
Did she know anybody there?
No.
The area where you went and looked at Oak Lock Trace, that area, the next morning, did you know of any reason she had to be there?
No.
Those are all the questions I have for you, Axel. Thank you.
The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. I'm sorry for your loss. I just have a couple of questions for you. Did Susana have a good relationship with her dad? Do you know?
I don't remember. She said it wasn't the best.
And also, we talked a little bit about that she liked pot. Are you aware of any other drugs that she used?
No.
I remember going to the police station and giving a statement to 2 investigators and talking to them about a picture.
I didn't go to the police station.
Oh, they came and met you? You didn't go with your mom?
No.
Okay, do you remember talking to them and telling them about a picture that she had sent you with an acid tab on her tongue?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So anything other than acid and marijuana?
No.
Or she never shared with you, or you never came to find out that she had ever tried anything like crystal meth? Or...
Well, she said she tried it once.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just a brief follow-up.
Sure.
The pill that she tried once, whatever that photograph was, did you talk to her about it?
No.
Did she ever tell you about that experience of trying that?
No.
Do you know how the photograph that Ms. Drake was talking about? Do you have any idea when that was?
I don't remember.
Let me ask you, do you know if whatever it was she tried the one time, was that before your relationship began with her?
Yes.
Okay. So after you're in the relationship with her, she told you about this one time she tried something?
Yes.
Did she say anything about not liking it or anything like that?
Yes. She said she felt disgusted with herself after trying it.
Disgusted with herself after trying it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
May we release this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir, you can step down. You can stay in the courtroom or you can leave. State call's next witness.
Just going to call Lieutenant Xavier Biggers.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and tell us your name?
My name is Lieutenant Xavier Maurice Biggers, badge 1059.
And Lieutenant Biggers, if you could, would you spell your name for the jury?
Yes, it's X-A-V as in Victor, I-E-R. Biggers, B as in Bravo, I-G-G-E-R-S.
Now, I can obviously see the uniform, and we had a badge number from you. Who do you work for?
I work for Gwinnett County Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Just over 18 years.
Now, prior to being employed with Gwinnett County Police, did you have any other law enforcement experience before that?
No, sir.
You are a lieutenant now with the Gwinnett County Police Department. What is your current role with the police department?
My role is to basically supervise the uniform units at the East Precinct, making sure that I'm incident command when there's needed, and supervise the sergeants and the patrolmen that run the shift every day.
Uniform Patrol Division. Give the jury a brief description of what is the Uniform Patrol Division.
The Uniform Patrol Division is is basically the officers answering the 911 dispatch calls. A lot of times they're mentoring the children in the community. We do a lot of community affairs events. Their job is to make sure that the laws are being upheld by the citizens of Gwinnett County.
And the Uniform Patrol Division, that's generally the most visible element of the Gwinnett County Police Department, right? The marked vehicles who are driving around on the roadways here in Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir.
Now, you are assigned to the East Precinct. Generally, what area is that?
That's typically Decula, a little bit of Lawrenceville, some of Beaufort, and a little of the area around Archer High School, before Archer High School off New Point and New Hope Road, and pretty much the country areas of Gwinnett, which is like Hawk Mountain Road, areas like that, Kilcrest.
How long have you been in this current role out there at the East Precinct?
Just over a year and a half.
Prior to that assignment with Uniform Patrol, what was your previous assignment?
You mean to list them all, or just the last one?
Directly before that.
Oh, I was the sergeant over the Special Victims Unit.
All right. And describe for the jury, what is the Special Victims Unit?
The Special Victims Unit basically investigate crimes against children, sexual assault cases, exploitation of the elderly, and things of that nature.
And how long were you part of the, and I think you supervised it as a sergeant, how long were you a supervisor over the Special Victims Unit?
Right at about 3 years.
Now, during July of 2022, when Susana Morales was taken, what was your assignment?
My assignment was just I was the sergeant of the unit. Actually, I was the on-call sergeant for that weekend, so I kind of knew what had occurred when the sergeant from the West Precinct had called just to notify me that this had occurred, and every avenue that possibly could have been done on their end, as far as canvassing the area and interviewing people nearby that what had been done. And so I had a sense of what I was going to have to do the next day when I got into work.
So, on-call sergeant, what does that mean?
It would basically mean that any instance of a major occurrence, we make the decisions on whether or not the on-call investigators needing to go out to a scene, and also we're almost like more like a supervisor of notification, just in case there are other things that need to be done at a scene.
Can you tell us generally when a missing person report comes in, when somebody files a missing persons report, what is the protocol? How does that work at the police department?
Sure. So typically we'll get the missing person report. We gather information on the identity of the person. Typically at that point, it's given to our what is called the assistant administrator, where she will give the family members a call to get more detail, whether that's to get a picture that will be able to assemble out into the public. On top of that, they were just how things go, they want to make sure they got medical records. And then after about, I would say typically when it comes to missing runaways, they typically, within the 2 weeks, we typically find them, just because of just the technology world. But if after 30 days if the victim is not found, the case is now given to a detective to do more work into trying to figure out what's going on.
So there are numerous different detective divisions of the Gwinnett County Police Department, Special Victims being one of those. For instance, the homicide unit. Is there a homicide unit with Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Now, when a homicide occurs in Gwinnett County, are detectives immediately dispatched and start investigating a homicide?
Yes, sir. And in fact, all of them are dispatched.
When it comes to a missing persons report, you mentioned that after about 30 days, at that point, a detective might be assigned to look into it. What's the reasoning for the kind of the difference in response on assignment of detectives?
Sure, because we have to determine whether or not foul play has occurred during that time frame. Majority, we average about 50, 60 missing persons runaway reports a month, and typically within the first couple of weeks they return home. But in order for us to really truly think that it needs to be work as a person have been abducted or foul play of a criminal act has occurred, we really do need some type of information to go off of, and not literally just go off the fact that they're missing, that something has occurred in that nature.
Sure. In this particular case, I'm going to back up before I get there. As a sergeant of the Special Victims Unit, have you obtained any particularized training in special victims cases?
Yes.
What kind of training have you gone through?
I've gone through Child First. I've gone through investigation how to handle exploitation of the elderly. I've gone through strangulation training, sexual assault trainings, pretty much anything that dealt with crime of sexual assaults.
And without us revisiting your 18-year career, generally, if you know, how many different times, you can ballpark for us, have you been involved in a case of a missing person?
Like truly missing?
Yes.
I've done several of them, I'll be honest with you. Even when I was actually the detective as an SVU detective, so I was, you know, I'm pretty mindful of what goes on in those situations. So back in the day, they just immediately used to just automatically assign them, and, you know, you have like 5, 10, 20 missing person reports that you was having to work on all at one time. So I've done my share.
Okay. In this case, walk the jury through, if you can. Just tell us, you mentioned you were the on-call sergeant when Susana's disappearance was reported, but walk us through your involvement. How did you really get involved in the investigation into Susana Morales' disappearance?
Okay. As I said before, I knew that this had occurred. A day later, I got a call from Jasmine. She said that she really wanted to talk with me and just to let me know what had occurred, or, you know, what she thinks what may have occurred to her sister. Jasmine and her mother, Miss Guadalupe, and Esmeralda actually came up to the headquarters, and I met with them in our conference room. And you know, Miss Guadalupe doesn't speak a lot of English, so Jasmine translated for her mother, and basically was advised that Susana was going over to Esmeralda House for during that time frame, but I think later they realized that she did not go to Esmeralda's house, and at that point, her mother, you know, made contact with her to let her know that, you know, you're not supposed to be over at Kelly's house, and that I was on my way to pick you up, and Susana told her, no, don't come pick me up. I'm just going to walk home, and so she walked home, and then Jasmine said that after a while she realized that Susana had not gotten home yet, and so she pulled up the family's 360 just to see where her whereabouts were, and then it looked that she was walking on to Singleton Road, and then all of a sudden her GPS basically took off. It showed it going 40 miles per hour the opposite way, and then about 100 yards away the connection just went away. She really felt adamant that something had happened to Susana. And I'll be honest with you, every case that we get, a lot of families always say they think something has occurred. And then once we get into the phones and things, we notice that they actually ran away because of the different information that we receive of the phones once we collected data from the phones when we received them. And we noted that they has been in touch with their friends, and typically that's how we end up finding them.
Right, and so it sounds like that the overwhelming majority of juvenile runaway cases, it's a case of a child just not wanting to come home.
Yes.
Is that your experience?
Yes.
When you met with the family shortly after her disappearance, was it the next day, or do you know how long it was?
It was literally 2 days later.
When you met with them, was there anything that stood out about Susana's disappearance that might have been different than a normal juvenile runaway?
Just for me, the anguish and the sadness and the that the mother posed it. Sorry, I apologize. Sorry, but
Would you like some water?
I have a daughter the same age, and my wife is Hispanic, and it really touched me that I felt that it was my duty to try to find her, because I know that feeling of being a parent and very worried about your child. And I'm very passionate about my job, and I do care about, making sure that, we find these children when something like that happens. And I made sure that I told Jasmine that I will give my all, and to make her feel comfortable to know that I was going to do my job to try to find her sister, because they were very adamant that their sister had been taken against her will because she would just not run away. And so I continued doing the investigation, and assigned several detectives to, first of all, I actually got all the friends and names and that Jasmine knew of that Susana, dealt with. And then I assigned detectives to look into interviewing all of those friends and family members, and making sure that we gathered their phones so that we were able to do a phone download for their to check on their records.
And you mentioned that a moment ago too. In an investigation like this, describe to the jury what's the real significance of getting phones from the friends and family members and stuff like that of somebody who's missing?
Yes, because typically when we have that situation, whether the parents cannot get in contact with them, you see the text messages, the phone calls, and you see all of that information when you look at their phone records to see that there has been some communications between back and forth with the person that is missing, and with people that they feel that they're entrusted in that would not let anyone know about their disappearance.
So when a kid runs away, it's short, they might tell a friend.
Yes, absolutely.
There's going to, in most of your investigations, are there text messages, phone calls, social media messages between the missing person and some friends and some friend group?
Yes.
In the efforts initially of investigating this case, did the detectives that were assigned, that you assigned to go and talk to the friends, did they obtain phones from the friends?
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Were those phones looked at by the police department?
Yes, they were, sir.
Do you recall whose phones were taken?
I believe Axel phone was taken, Esmeralda, Kelly, Detective, Corporal, let's see, who else took some other phones. There were some other friends that along the way, I don't remember their actual names, but there were some other friends that names that were actually taken as well. I believe when yeah.
Do you recall a young lady named Alyssa Marvin?
I don't remember, no.
Okay.
I think that came out a little bit later when Corporal Carter took over the investigation and found a lot of that information out.
Did the police department review those phone downloads from the friends?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
In reviewing those, looking for those clues, those messages that oftentimes are there, did the police department locate any messages from Susana to any of her friends indicating where she had gone?
No, sir, and that troubled me, because the fact that the time frame when she went missing at that time, there were no interactions other than people asking, hey, where are you? And there were no interaction back. And typically, in my experience, we usually see that communication going on. And the fact that with so many of her friends that she are involved with, like truly involved with, there were no communication at all on their phone from her. And that troubled me to the point where I felt that I wanted to get homicide involved so that we can treat this in that manner.
I want to ask for your personal involvement in this case. Did the police department ever disseminate any kind of flyer or information about Susana's disappearance? Yes,
sir. In fact, that was one of the things that I got done. I actually did what we call it, be on the lookout bulletin. And our PIO actually sent that out so that it was a press release. So her name and photo was actually out there. I know that when I had met with Jasmine and Esmeralda, they really wanted to take it a step further by putting it on social media and actually doing flyers. But I kind of told them not to do that because in my experience of dealing with those type of things, people are very exploited from doing that because people know that they can actually extort them for money by doing that, and well, behold, that ended up happening, and so people will contact Jasmine, but they will always say that they saw Susana like yesterday or something, and they would never leave their name, and I told Jasmine to make sure if they contact you, please make sure they give us a call because she was receiving a humongous amount of intel calls. But no one ever called the police. We never received not one call.
That behavior, right, I think you described it as exploitive behavior. Do you see that commonly when family members or friends start posting their phone numbers and contact information like that?
Yes, absolutely, and that's why I didn't want them to do it. But I did understand the reason why. I mean, I would have done it for my kid too.
Now, when those calls, you said none of those calls came to the police department, but would you be contacted by family members, by Susana's family, to let you know about these types of calls?
Yes, Jasmine called me on a daily basis. I wanted her to call me at any time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. It didn't matter. I actually neglected my family because I made sure that I went hunting for her, and it meant a lot to me. So.
Walk us through a little bit of your efforts.
Let's see. I would, anytime any information would come to Jasmine, I would immediately go and look. And obviously it was after the time frame. There were many days where I would check in at work and I would immediately go down to Norcross and just stake out every area possible. I was very driven by it, and I would say more obsessed with the situation that I would even do it on my own time because every time I see my daughter in her face, I saw Jasmine.
Jury comfort break. The jury's been going. I'm going to give the jury a comfort break. We're going to be adjourned until 5 till 11. All right, we're off the record. We're off the All right, can we bring the jury in? Thank you.
I should do the same thing.
We need to break anyway. They've gone like, oh. Make sure she lives in the same place as you.
She was always in a better place than me. I won't ask the question.
Continue with this witness. Go ahead, Mr. Dillon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, I believe we were talking about some of the efforts that you had made in looking for Susana. You had, my recollection was you had said that you would go and to the Norcross area and would sit and kind of stake out. What kind of areas would you go to?
The hotels that was around off of Beaver Ruin, Jimmy Carter Boulevard. A lot of the stuff that I was looking for was like whenever someone would call Jasmine and say, hey, I saw her over here, I just added that to my list of places that I would go and stake out. And not only would I do that, I would always take a picture of Susana from our bolo that we made and actually ask people, and I would canvas and I would see if they've seen this child before here or anything of that nature. I went through RV stations that was set up in there just to see. It was just things of that nature because I was just trying to think outside the box just in case something like human trafficking could have occurred or anything. I was just trying to put everything in consideration.
Follow every lead that you could.
Yes.
At some point in your efforts, did you attempt to locate or find any video surveillance that was around the area that might have captured Susana?
Yes. Jasmine has sent me a video, I guess, from Instagram or Facebook, or where it seems that there was a girl that was walking the opposite way on Singleton toward the intersection, and it went right across Checkers. There's a Checkers there, and so I went to try to get that video from them. It's just the way their video system was set up, it didn't have it on there. The owner didn't know how to operate his own system. I actually had, when I got a request from our tech unit to go out there and look at it, but by the time we were able to see it, because he was never there, the way his video was recorded, it was only set up to record for like 2 weeks. So I actually went down the street on that same sidewalk. That was a storage facility there. Unfortunately, the sidewalk is up here and the the storage facility is a little bit down, and so me and the owner of that place went through the time frame, and just to see if we saw maybe her walking across, because she would have to cross that in order to go home.
And were you successful in finding any video footage?
No, sir.
Okay. Those locations that you're talking about, I'm going to show you here on this map, just so we can have you can tell where generally we're talking about here. It's Exhibit 32. Can you, I'll turn it back here just so we can all see, and I'll just hold it here. Okay. But where are those locations generally that you're talking about? This is Santa Ana Drive here, okay, and Susana's home.
So you would go out here. I believe that that's where the Checkers is located at, right there. In fact, it's right there. There's some other shopping center that's right there. There's a shopping center that has like a Hispanic supermarket that's right there as well. I checked those as well. They didn't have anything either. And then this is where the storage facility is located here, actually.
Okay.
So
you were looking in those on both sides of Singleton Road for video footage?
Yes.
All right. That based on the fact that she was walking down Singleton Road back towards her house?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Gwinnett County Police Department have and operate drones?
We do, but I don't think at that time we had that type of, we didn't have that, I don't think.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall any drones being put up to look through areas for Susana?
Yes, there were, I guess, Detective Carter was able to get some data from some phones that made them think that it was in the vicinity of, and I think it's considered Duluth in that area, as some apartment complex, and had them do that technique there.
Okay, but you weren't involved with that?
I was not involved with that, yes, sir.
Now, in all of your searching, let me ask, to get an idea, your efforts in looking for Susana, if she disappeared on July 26th, 2022, how long did you continuously look for her?
For a good, I actually continued until the day her remains were found, actually.
Now, I mean, obviously you have a job to do and other people to supervise, but how often would you go out and look during that period of time of her missing?
So I typically went into the office to get my regular work done, and I immediately went out. I would also just, I couldn't get enough of it. Like I said, I mean, I would see my daughter in her face, and the first thing I thought of was Susana. And so it was driving me to find her, because I mentally was telling myself that we are going to find her. I would go on my off days. I could remember going on Thanksgiving Eve and just hanging out, and just because it invited me so much that it overwhelmed me to the point where I didn't want to do anything else but to do that. Like I said, I neglected my family because I would get up I couldn't sleep, and it'd be 2 o'clock in the morning. I would just get up and just go down and just look.
A lot of effort on your part, a lot of investigation that you led. In all of that investigation, did you locate any evidence whatsoever that led to the discovery of Susana's body?
No.
Did you find any evidence of where she had gone or what had happened to her?
No.
The investigation, after she disappeared, were you essentially the lead investigator for the police department on it at that time?
It was, but just because of the matter of how we do our investigation when it comes to missing persons. I didn't want it to wait that long for it to be assigned to a detective, just because we do have that buffer of time to see about, especially if we don't know if there's been a criminal crime that has occurred to the person, or if we don't have information to lead a reasonable person to think that that person was taken against their will. So I ensured Jasmine when I spoke with her and her mother that I've taken on this on a personal level just because I understood that. I've been part of the Hispanic culture for over 30 years, and it meant a lot to me because my wife is Hispanic.
So normally you would wait 30 days for a detective to get assigned, but in this particular case, you assigned it to yourself as the sergeant over the SVU unit almost immediately after it happened.
Yes, sir, and then I started disseminating details for several different detectives to do this, to do this, to do this, to do that. A lot of the back behind the scene work, I let them take care of that. And then I would do a lot of these canvassing and searching myself. I ended up getting one of the deputies. I spoke to a former police officer that works for the Sheriff's Department, Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department, which is Lieutenant Nelson, and he is basically an expert at working cases of trafficking, human trafficking, and even with him doing the details of looking for every possible things, and he's been a very inspirational person as far as helping us locate people. He didn't see anything going on, and that actually what deterred me, what scared me to think that it was more that she was not going to be here.
At what point did the investigation get turned over to somebody else?
At the point when we looked at the phones and saw that there were no communication, we realized that we needed to get an expertise of a homicide person, and no one is better at doing that than Corporal Carter, because she's very determined.
The individuals who are part of the SVU unit, your detectives that you supervise, was Corporal Conway one of those detectives?
Yes.
Throughout your investigation, your side of doing things, was he one of the individuals that you would task with looking at things and doing things?
Yes, he was very good at doing that, and so he understood the urgency of when I give him something to make sure that get done. So,
As a superior officer, you were the supervisor, and Corporal Conway and others with the SVU unit did things on your behalf.
yes.
Okay. Now, I want to take you a little bit further on. February 6th, 2023, were you made aware that the police department had located Susana's remains?
Yes, Corporal Carter gave me a call and let me know.
Did you participate in being out there on scene there where her remains were located?
No.
Now, after that,
Did you participate in executing any search warrants related to the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and what did you participate in?
I went in there just to help out with his superiors at the other police department had came to gather their equipment and everything.
let me back you up.
Yes.
Just here for a second. What did you participate in searching?
I helped participate in searching for his equipment that was owed to Doraville.
Where was that at?
At the apartment of the defendant.
Okay, his house.
His house, yes, sir.
Did the Gwinnett County Police Department, did y'all execute a search warrant at the defendant's home?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the day that he was arrested?
Yes, sir.
All right, February 13th of 2023, does that sound?
That sounds about right. Yes, sir.
And his apartment, where was it located?
It's located in Norcross, and to be honest with you, it's just right on the other side of the fence of the victim.
All right, I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted as State Exhibits 34 and 35. And if you could go ahead and publish State Exhibit number 34, please. And you have it on your screen. I also have the paper copy here. I'll wait for it to get on the screen so we can see. All right. This photograph, State Exhibit number 34,
where the red location icon is, where is that location?
That's where Susana Morales reside with her mother.
That's their home?
That's their home, yes, sir.
In this photograph, can you see where the defendant lived?
Yes, sir.
All right, and
I have, because the screen is a little bit high and far, I now have a pointer, make it a little bit easier. If you wouldn't mind, if you can use this and show the jury where the defendant lived. Defendant lived right here.
On the second floor, to the left. And you want the staircase here, go to the left, and then the apartment's right there.
Okay, so this building that you pointed at, does his apartment occupy this left top side here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were, I'll take it, thank you so much. When you participated in the execution of the search warrant, was it at that location?
Yes, sir, it was.
have you ever visited Susana's home?
Multiple times, like a lot of times, yes.
I don't need an exact measurement in feet and inches, but give the jury an idea. How far apart are these two locations, the defendant's apartment and Susana's home?
About a football field length.
Okay. Now, you've been there. Are you able, from the defendant's apartment, to see Susana's home?
Yes. When you look at this photo, you see there's a lot of shrubbery and trees and stuff, but when we was actually there in February, obviously the autumn of the leaves actually fall down, so you had much more of a clear-cut look looking over that 4-foot fence during that time frame.
And you, from his apartment, could see Susana's home?
Yes, I actually saw Susana home as I parked in the drive in the parking lot, because part of the parking lot has an elevation to it. And as I got out of the car, I had already been looking anyway just to see the comparison between when I was always driving by their home, and I could always see that apartment.
I think those are all the questions that I have for you, Lieutenant Biggers. Ms. Drake may have some for you.
Yes, sir.
I just have a couple of questions for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, we were making sure I didn't say sergeant before trial. During your investigation, did you find out whether or not Susana was having trouble going to school on a consistent basis?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you aware of why she had been suspended?
Objection, I'm going to object this to relevance.
Your Honor, I believe her mother has already testified that she had been suspended, so I'm just asking this officer if he knows why.
And I'll object on hearsay grounds.
Hearsay is admissible in furtherance of the investigation. I'm just trying to find out what he...
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You did see a social media post that caused you some concern. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you generally tell us what that social media post was?
It was just a post of her, she just put like a little, saying about life, and it just concerned me because it just felt like if she was depressed or something.
And when you looked out of the window and you could see Susana's house, you said that was in February, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so all the leaves would be off those trees?
Yes, ma'am.
So back in June, July, all of those trees would be full with leaves?
I'm assuming. I'm sorry. I can't say factually that's that, because I have never visited that area at that time frame.
Okay. Well, when you first went to Susana's house, were the leaves on the trees around their house?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Briefly, the social media posts that you're discussing, do you remember what it said?
I couldn't remember what it said. It was maybe a 3-liner something, and even people that was commenting on it, they thought that she was sad. So it didn't come out and say I'm depressed or anything like that, but people just said, hey, you need something, or
Yeah. And do you have any idea when that post was made?
It was probably a couple of weeks prior to her disappearance.
And when you read it, anything about that post that was significantly different than what young teenage girls might otherwise make?
It's the same.
I'm going to object. We can't speculate as to what other teenage girls may or may not put on their social media.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
That's not a problem. As it relates to the post, she wasn't threatening to harm herself in any way, was she?
No, I don't think that the post had anything to do with that. It was, just more of a moment of sadness that you have your ups and downs on posts. That's why people want to know about your life on internet. Today you was feeling blue. Tomorrow I'm happy as I don't know what. So
your job as the investigator, document everything, right?
yes, sir, absolutely.
You're not sure when you're investigating what might be relevant, what might not be relevant.
Right.
As you got into this investigation, though, did you find that social media post had any real relevance to her disappearance?
No.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Okay. May we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Judge, I do want to apologize for my emotion breakdown.
Thank you very much. State calls next witness.
State calls Corporal Conway. Good morning. Right up to the witness.
Good morning. If you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Please be seated, sir.
Good morning, Corporal. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Corporal Matthew Conway. I work for the Gwinnett County Police Department.
And Corporal Conway, can you spell your last name?
Yes, it's Conway.
Thank you. And how long have you worked for the Gwinnett County Police Department?
A little over 9 years.
And what is your current position with the police department?
I'm an investigator with the Special Victims Unit.
Tell us what the Special Victims Unit does.
The Special Victims Unit, our primary goals are to work runaway or missing juvenile cases. We work cruelty to children cases, and then sex crimes, all sex crimes, child molestation, rape, child pornography, stuff like that. And we also work crimes against elders.
And how many years have you been with Special Victims?
I've been on the Special Victims Unit for 5 years.
And Corporal, are you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what post-certification is?
Yes. To be post-certified in the state of Georgia, you have to go through a mandated academy. I believe it's approximately 400 academy hours. For our police department, it was about 26 weeks. So we did the basic mandate academy and then an additional advanced academy. But you have to be post-certified through the mandated academy to be a peace officer in the state of Georgia.
And did you successfully complete that academy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have full arrest powers?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had those full arrest powers your full 9 years with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any other law enforcement experience besides working for Gwinnett?
No, ma'am.
And Corporal, are you familiar with the Susana Morales case?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you first get involved with that case?
It would have been around mid-September of, I want to say, 2022.
Okay. And when you were around that time in mid-September of 2022, who was your supervisor at that time?
Sergeant Xavier Biggers.
And was Sergeant Biggers also working that case with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And at what point at some point, did you get appointed to be the lead detective on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
That was January of the same year.
So from
Or, I'm sorry, of 2023.
Okay. So from September 22 to January 2023, what were you doing to assist in the investigation to find Susana?
At that point, I had just come off of light duty from a heart attack. So Sergeant Biggers at the time asked me if I could assist on following up on tips, or if he received any information that could have potential leads, he would send that in my direction, and I would follow up on it.
Based on your training and experience as an SVU detective, what was different about Susana's case compared to other runaways?
Typically with runaway juveniles, they have close friends or family. Usually, if they don't tell somebody where they're going, there's going to be some form of communication to a family friend or a close friend. Nowadays, most juveniles have some form of social media, and even when they run away, there's going to be some kind of activity through either their cell phone or on their social media accounts.
And did you check that to see if there was any activity on Susana's social media account or phone?
Yes. Jasmine, Susana's sister, provided the T-Mobile phone records to Sergeant Biggers, and he gave that to me, and it showed when the messages and phone calls stopped. And then we were provided with her Instagram information, and there was no activity on any of her social media accounts.
In addition to looking at the phone records, did you receive or review any Life 360 records or documentation?
Yes.
Tell us what those records showed.
So the Life 360 records showed that Susana was leaving the apartment complex that she was in, walking towards her home, and then all of a sudden she changed directions in the opposite direction, going down the road at about 40 miles per hour, and there was a crash alert to indicate a suspected vehicle crash.
And based on your investigation, in looking at the phone records and talking to people, did you determine that to be suspicious?
Absolutely, yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that Susana had smoked marijuana?
Yes.
Did you consider that as part of why this was suspicious?
No.
You talked about you said you got some tips that were received that Lieutenant Biggers, at that time, Sergeant Biggers, directed you to look into. About how many tips do you think that you looked into yourself?
There were several. I know I documented any tips that we would drive out to somewhere for. I know one came in, a friend of a prior investigator from the DA's office reached out from Detroit about possibly sighting her at a casino that didn't lead anywhere. Somebody at Pigeon Forge thought they saw something that didn't lead anywhere. We got information that she might have been in an apartment in, I want to say, Peachtree Corners. I went out to the apartment, identified the female there. That wasn't it. There was a good bit of tips that came to us, but the majority of them went to the family and weren't reported to the police.
And all of those tips and those different locations that you looked at and investigated, were any of those tips fruitful?
None.
You said some tips came to the family. Did you find in your investigation any attempts to get money from the family?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So the family had created like their own post that was like, hey, if you know anything about Susana, reach out to this phone number and contact us. We told the family that wasn't a good idea because historically when families post their own numbers and information looking for tips, there's a lot of people out there that use that as an opportunity to extort the family that's in need. Specifically, I know I talked to Susana's boyfriend at the time who said they received a ransom tip and they went out and looked into that. And I believe the family had received several ransom tips, which is specifically why we wanted the tips to come in through the police department so it would be directly to us and it would negate all of the extortion that comes along with posting your own tip line.
The tips that came to the family, did any of those find any evidence relevant to help us locate Susana?
No, ma'am.
Yourself, did you canvass any locations did you go out to?
Yes.
Which location did you search?
With the Life 360 app, it showed Susana's last location where the vehicle crash was near an apartment condo complex off Oak Lock Trace.
Yes.
So because of that, the idea was we check that area to see if maybe we might locate her in a ditch or in the woods or her cell phone, something to that nature. So we went out, we checked, ran basically every vehicle tag we could in that area. We went and I took several members of the unit and we canvassed the entire wooded area, basically from Oak Lock Trace all the way down to the high school, and we checked under the bridges. We checked all of that area extensively.
Did you find any evidence relevant to what happened to Susana at that time?
Unfortunately, no.
And that location in Oak Trace, is that in Gwinnett County?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to any people in that area, to any residents or neighbors or anything?
Yeah, we would like knock on doors and talk to people. I know in the wooded area there was a homeless encampment that we checked on a gentleman there who said that he had seen some Hispanic females recently in the area going towards the school, and it was a common cut through that kids would take to get to the high school, but nothing relevant from that.
At any point, did you use metal detectors as part of your investigation?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about that.
We took out metal detectors and we walked the area where the crash alert came from to try to see if, because of the delay in time and the weather and all that, to see if we might be able to locate a cell phone if it was like a little bit under the brush or had been gone under the mud or whatever over time through the rain and all that, but we didn't locate anything.
Did you locate any clothing or any other personal items for young females?
No, ma'am.
As part of your search, did you at some point use drones or a helicopter?
Yes.
Tell us about the aerial searches.
We requested that our Air One, our helicopter unit, conduct aerial searches, do photographs. I believe they used a FLIR camera as well, which that can pick up like heat signatures. Sometimes if we have a case with like a very acute runaway, like, hey, there's like a 5-year-old autistic child that just went missing, we know they're in the area, we'll see if Air One weather dependent can fly over with the FLIR, because it can pick up heat signatures, and there's a possibility, like if there's a kid in the woods laying down, we could see that heat signature.
Okay, so how many times did you do the helicopter?
I believe from what I wrote down, we requested it once.
Okay, and then you said also drones?
Yes, I believe so. We've put in those requests.
Okay. And was anything found during those aerial searches?
No, ma'am.
Did you do any interviews in connection to finding Susana?
I did several interviews.
Did you talk to Axel Zaragoza, Susana's boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you learn was the last contact that Axel had with Susana?
Axel has spoken to Susana the night she went missing.
And do you know about what time that was?
He said he started talking to her around 3 p.m. that day. She told her that she was getting ready to go over to Kelly's. And then he had FaceTimed her several times throughout that afternoon. I believe she got there, I want to say he said she was there around later in the afternoon, because he talked to her at 3. Around 8:30 she had FaceTimed him. He said she was changing out her some of her piercings. And then closer to the end of the night, she had told him that she was headed home.
Did Axel tell you if he had heard from Susana after that?
He said,
I'm going to object. It's cumulative evidence at this point. The young man's already testified to all of this in person.
I can move on here. Your interview with Mr. Zaragoza, did Axel tell you anything that was suspicious?
no.
Did you also search his phone?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence that was suspicious that would help you lead to locating Susana?
No, everything on his phone corroborated what he told me in his testimony.
Did you also speak to Kelly Bagata?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she tell you when the last time she saw Susana?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that consistent with the other statements you received from Axel as well as Susana's family?
That's correct.
And did you search Kelly's phone?
I did.
Did you find anything suspicious on that?
No.
Or anything relevant to locate Susana?
No. Everything on her phone matched with what she said and showed that she was a concerned friend.
And was Kelly's statement consistent with Axel's statement as to the last communications with Susana?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also speak to Esmeralda Castilla?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get a phone from Esmeralda?
I did.
And did you search Esmeralda's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find anything suspicious on Esmeralda's phone?
I did not.
Did you find anything on Esmeralda's phone that would be relevant to help locate Susana?
Not with locating her, no.
Was Esmeralda's statements consistent with the statements you received from Axel and Kelly and Susana's family?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did you speak to?
I spoke to Axel, Kelly, Esmeralda. I sent detectives to speak to Alyssa.
Did you also get a phone from Alyssa, Marvin?
Yes,
And did you search Alyssa's phone?
I did.
And all of these, Axel, Kelly, Esmeralda, and Lissa, they all agreed to allow you to search their phones?
Yes.
Did you find anything suspicious on Alyssa's phone?
No, ma'am.
Anything that helps you to locate Susana?
No, ma'am.
And did all of the information you saw on Alyssa's phone, was that all consistent with what you saw on Kelly's phone, Axel's phone, and Esmeralda's phone?
Yes.
Did you do any searches on social media?
We checked everybody's social media account we would look into to see if there's any activity. I know we reviewed one of Kelly's TikTok videos where she was posting that she was upset for not walking Susana all the way home.
And was that consistent with all the statements you had received from the friends about what happened that night to Susana?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any other steps as part of the investigation to locate Susana?
My steps were I submitted a photo of Susana as well to one of our crime and intel analysts to run through some facial recognition software that runs it against known prostitution websites to see if maybe she had posted an ad, something like that, because she's a juvenile female. That didn't result in anything. I conducted the interviews. I went through all of the phone exams. I had somebody get the information for Life 360 from Kaya, which was the friend that initially sent the Life 360 information to Esma.
And did you also at some point get dental records?
Yes.
Tell us why you get dental records.
So when it comes to a missing juvenile, we always try to obtain some form of DNA if we can, and dental records on the chance that down the road, if we aren't able to locate them and we do end up finding a body, we can compare dental records or DNA to the body to determine if that is going to be the missing person.
Do you know where you got those dental records from?
I believe Vital Smiles was the one I went to. There was 2 dentists. Her childhood dentist was, I believe, Vital Smiles, and there's Happy Smiles, I believe, was her current dentist. We tried the current one. It was closed. So then we went to the other dentist, so we had something. And then detectives were able to keep going back to the current dentist and were able to obtain those records.
At any time in your investigation, did you find any signs to locate her?
No.
At what point did you get off of the case?
So I was lead up until the body was discovered with the firearm. At that point, homicide took over the investigation. I still assisted in a search warrant at Mr. Bryant's residence, but from that point, it was no longer my investigation. It was a homicide investigation.
And your role in searching at the residence, tell us what you did at the residence.
I met with the homicide detectives there. I helped secure the residence, and then I searched Mr. Bryant's bedroom with Detective Carter.
I have no other questions for you. Thank you. Mr. You may have some questions.
Actually, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
May we release this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Let's take call's next witness.
City Call Officer Stephen Breyer.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
We're still in the morning. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, if you'll just lean up a little bit into the microphones, just to make sure that your voice picks up, carries for everybody to hear. Could you introduce yourself and give us your name?
My name is Stephen Breyer.
All right, and Ms. Breyer, who do you work for?
Gwinnett County Police Department.
All right, and so Officer Breyer,
Yes.
what is your, how long have you been with the police department?
About 2 years.
And prior to being with Gwinnett County Police, did you have any experience with other law enforcement agencies?
No.
All right. I want to take you, at this point, are you a post-certified law enforcement officer with powers of arrest in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you back to July 2022, I apologize. February 6th of 2023 is the date I want to take you back to. Were you employed with the Gwinnett County Police Department at that time?
Yes.
And what was your role?
Just police officer, working the road.
You said walking the road?
Working the road, I'm sorry.
Working the road.
Patrol.
Okay, I got you. And were you part of the Uniform Patrol Division where you would just patrol and answer calls for service?
Yes.
All right. And what precinct were you a part of at that time?
I was on my field training at East Precinct.
Field training. Describe for the jury what that means.
I just graduated the academy, and I was working with a seasoned officer learning how to patrol the road.
All right. So were you riding on a normal day-to-day basis, were you riding with another officer in the same car?
Yes.
And who was your supervisor at that time?
I don't remember his name.
That's okay. But you weren't by yourself.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, how is it that when you're on the road and you're patrolling, do you oftentimes get calls from dispatch or from the police department telling you to go and respond to a particular incident?
All the time.
All the time. How does that work normally?
It's kind of, there's like two ways. Normally on my computer, I can see the pending calls coming from the call taker, and I can see what's coming prior to the dispatcher telling me. And then the other way is the classic where the dispatcher will tell me, hey, there's a call coming, you're going to go to that call.
All right. So you either, if somebody dispatches you to a call, the dispatcher, do you hear that over the radio, or do they call you on your phone?
A radio.
Okay. A police-issued radio?
Yes.
Now, on February 6th of 2023, were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what shift you were on at that time?
Shift as in like cycle or FTO?
No, well, I'm sorry. I should have been more specific. Were you working days or nights?
Days.
Days. All right. Did you receive a call that day or a dispatch to respond to the finding of human remains?
Yes.
Where was that? Where did the call tell you to go? Where were you going?
It told me to go between two roads on 316,
Okay.
going eastbound. Or going towards, was that Barrow County, I think? Going outside of Gwinnett, yeah.
All right. You headed towards Athens?
Yes.
Okay. So, and what was the information, if you recall, that you received about that call, that dispatch?
From what I remember, it was dispatched as a suspicious activity call, saying that a random person had found what he believed was human remains in the woods off of 316.
That day, were you riding with the field training officer, the supervisor who was teaching you the ropes?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all respond to that location, to the location on 316?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, John? I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right, can you tell us what it is?
It's a disc that says Exhibit 12, Officer Breyer, body-worn camera.
All right. Have you reviewed your body-worn camera from that day?
Yes.
All right, and have you viewed it on this disc?
Yes.
Is what's contained on this disc a fair and accurate copy of the video recorded by your body-worn camera on February 6th of 2023 as it relates to the dispatch of the suspicious activity of the remains?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 12. Excuse me.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 12 is admitted without objection.
How does you explain to the jury, the Gwinnett County Police Department, are you guys equipped with body-worn cameras?
Yes.
How do they work?
So the body-worn camera can be operated either manually, as in I can turn it on, but we have recently updated. So like if you turn on the taser or pull out your weapon, it can also activate that way too. And some models have, if you turn on your your lights on your car, they'll turn on your body-worn camera too.
Okay. Do you know, back in February 6th of 2000, on this date, how your body-worn camera was activated?
I manually activated it.
Manually activated. And what is the policy of the Gwinnett County Police Department when it comes to activating the body-worn camera?
At any time we interact with the public, it will be turned on.
All right. And obviously, you're in field training at that time, and you've got the supervisor in the car, so you activated it when you got to the scene?
Yes.
All right. What did you encounter? What did you see when you first got to the area?
It was dusk, heavily wooded. There was the caller who called 911, his car, I don't remember the make, model of the car, just parked on the side of the road down in an embankment. The woods probably started 20 feet away from 316. We met in the little grassy area between the woods and 316. He had told us what he had found.
All right. And so the caller, you spoke with the caller once you got there on scene?
Yes.
And from there, after speaking with him, what did you do?
He said he remembered where the remains were, and he was going to show us, and we followed him into the woods to find the remains.
And ultimately, did you find what you believed to be human remains?
Yes.
Judge, can I publish State Exhibit number 12?
Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the jury. This is going to be a video. If you cannot see it or hear it, usually there'll be a silent part in the beginning. When it starts, there won't be audio, but if you can't see or hear it, let me know and we'll make arrangements.
And the judge has astutely pointed out something I wanted to ask you. When you activate your body-worn camera, how long does it take for the audio to come on?
30 seconds.
All right. So in this body-worn camera footage, in the first 30 seconds of it, is there any audio?
No.
And is that normal whenever you activate your body-worn camera?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
And officer, you have and you need, there's water if you need.
Oh, thank you. No, bro, I promise I'm not for you, bro.
Well, that's why you turn your rear blues on.
Shit. Right here. We're just about a half mile. Oh, it's going. How are you doing?
I'm good. Just that way, a little walk. It's just a couple hundred yards.
Want to show us?
Sure.
So what brings you out here?
Honestly, I just saw the little road on the side of 316. I've just been out piddling, exploring.
Kind of reminds me of one of those like mud and trails or something, you know?
Well, I mean, it's just dead ends. And actually, I was leaving, and my sister called. My mom's in the hospital, so I was talking to her, and I can't hear in that. So I just started walking in a circle.
Okay.
And stumbled on it. So it's all been here for a while.
Let's go. You know, nice day for a walk in the woods.
Right.
Is it off like this road, or is it a little bit ways off?
Go right up over here. There's a pile of trash.
to the medical examiner, figure out who they are.
Really?
If it is a person,
Well, it's definitely a person. But, I mean,
Yeah, well,
I understand.
I mean,
330
somebody with
Alpha
a medical
Cover.
degree is going to have to examine.
Sure. All right, well, we can test the word.
Who's
313 Alpha Cover.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
313 Alpha Cover.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Sorry, I got all this stuff on, so. It's around here somewhere?
Like I said, it's been here for a while. And there's more. I walked straight that way and there's a few more over there.
430 or 410.
We'll go ahead, just move back a little bit. We'll have to close it off anyhow.
All right.
You want 59, looks like we got 46 bullets.
Can I get your information? Yeah, it's what's your first name?
Matthew. There's, like I said, like right over there is the other hip, and
What's your last name?
Gilbert, Gilbert.
And then what's your date of birth?
6/10/76.
6. And what's your phone number?
678-409-6165.
All right. And then is the address you live at current to what's on your vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Sure is.
Well, if you just want to step back a little bit, we're going to see how far we got to cordon this off. I got some tape in the back of my car, too.
He'll do it. That way we can.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll hang out here until we can get the tape for you.
Oh, I need to get my phone. I can take pictures.
That's all right. We'll let, once he gets tape, we'll come back
Okay.
and do it. But
Is this guy free to go, or?
yeah, I mean, unless you guys 39 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
A 28 by name, 28 or 27, 29 by date of birth?
Yeah, just go over there and do it.
434 to radio.
434.
1027, 29 by name and date of birth.
Go ahead.
Last name's going to be Gilbert. Golf India Lima Bravo Echo Romeo Tango. First name Matthew, common spelling. Date of birth is 1976 0610.
434.
Just for the record, I'm pausing this at 6 minutes and 56 seconds into the video. Shows on the video itself, shows it at 2,259 hours and 42 seconds.
Okay. Officer Brayer, let me just go over a few things here with you. First of all, I just called out a time of 2,200 hours, 58 minutes. I know military time, so I know that's 10:58 p.m. in military time, but it appears to me that that does not appear to be the actual time that you are present there on the scene. Can you tell us what's going on with the time in the video?
Just however, the IT guys who set up the body-worn camera, they just never updated the time in the system.
Okay, so what time is it actually whenever you responded?
I believe it was close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Universal Coordinated Time or UTC time?
Just briefly.
Okay. Do you have any idea how, did you know that your body cameras are actually calibrated in UTC time?
I did, but I don't know the conversion.
Okay, all right. So there is a conversion to convert it back to Eastern time, to the time that you're there. You're just not sure what it is.
Yes.
Okay. What's important here is that it's not 10:58 at night.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a lot more to the video here, but I kind of wanted you just to tell us, when you got out there after finding, when you found the remains, did they appear to be human remains to you?
Yes.
And what was obvious about that to you?
It just stood out. You see fake Halloween decoration, skeletons, but these did not look plasticky or altered or anything like that. The first thing that came to mind was they were human.
Okay. In that instance, when this happened, what did you guys do? You and your supervisor was there, and it appears there was one other officer there. What did you guys do at that point when you found these?
So we knew that obviously it was a crime scene, so we were going to go cordon off the area with crime scene tape. I believe that's what the other officer was doing, walking back to his car to get some tape, and that's why I had mentioned to my other officer, I have some tape in my back of the car too to cordon off the area. We stayed to make sure that Mr. Gilbert, who was still there, wouldn't. We stayed to preserve the crime scene at that point.
Sure. And of course, why is that important? Explain to the jury why you do that.
Well, evidence tampering.
Right. Don't want anybody to either intentionally or inadvertently mess up a crime scene.
Yes.
The crime scene tape, do you use that to affect that purpose, to make sure that nobody crosses it and accidentally or purposely does anything to it?
Yes.
Once you found these remains, did y'all end up putting up crime scene tape around the area?
Yes.
And how long were you out there on scene that evening, if you know?
I don't recall. I know we weren't out there more than like an hour because it was a shift change. We got relief from the nighttime officers to relieve us.
Okay. When did your shift switch over?
I believe it was
6 p.m.?
6:30, I think.
Or 6:30. Okay. So this was shortly before the end of your shift?
Yes.
All right. And then by the time you left, had anybody else shown up?
Yes.
And who was that had shown up by the time you left?
Just other nighttime precinct officers. I don't remember their names.
Okay. Was the homicide unit notified?
Based on protocol, I'm sure they were. Again, I wasn't there when they did it.
Understood. After you left the scene that night, on that day, February 6th, was that kind of the end of your involvement on that day?
No.
Okay. What else did you do?
The very next day, because you can see in the video, it's dusk, it's nighttime coming. The next day, they were going to do a grid search to try to find any more evidence, anything that had missed that they couldn't find at nighttime.
Explain what a grid search is.
You take specific areas of the crime scene, and I believe for the next day we did just a normal lateral where we just lined up and just walked straight. Got to a certain point, we'd either go left, go right, or turn back around to try to find anything you missed.
So in terms of, you said you just line up laterally, so a whole bunch of people get in a line side by side and just walk through a crime scene?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Correction. Outside the bounds of the crime scene tape. Because I believe when we got there the next day, the MEs were still working, doing ME things at the crime scene. So we did the search around the crime scene tape, I believe.
And you used a term that I immediately recognized, but I want to make sure. You said ME.
Medical examiner.
Medical examiner. So the next day, February 7th, do you recall what time it was whenever you were out there the next day?
It was early, prior 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And then were you a part of the grid search that occurred that day?
Yes.
All right. And you started looking for?
Whatever you could find.
Whatever you could find. Were you told anything specific to look for, or you were just looking for anything that looks like it might be out of place?
Anything that could be out of place.
Okay. Was anything discovered during that grid search?
But yes, discovered a firearm.
All right. a firearm. Do you recall what kind of firearm it was?
I think it was a Glock 19. I don't remember the generation.
Okay. And explain what you mean by generation.
Glock has like a generation 1 through 5, just different years, just how you like different year models of like a car, for instance.
Understood. Were you present when that firearm was located?
Yes.
Excuse me, just 1 second. When the firearm was found, did you have any involvement with that firearm?
I went to where the firearm was located, stood around it, make sure nothing was tampered with. We let crime scene investigation take some photos of it. Once they were done with their part, they picked it up carefully, not to disrupt any DNA or fingerprints that could be on it. Found the serial number, and I used my police radio to call dispatch to see if they could run the serial number and make sure if it was stolen or not.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits number 14.16 through 14.22. You take a look at those photographs, let me know if you recognize what's contained in them.
You go from 14.16 through 14.22?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, that's the Glock firearm.
All right, and you look at them to yourself and let me know when you're finished. Do you recognize what's contained in those photographs?
Apart from the pistol,
No, just generally when you look at the photographs, do you recognize what those photographs are?
Yes.
Okay. And are they, what are they? What are the photographs?
It's Glock 19 Gen 5 with a mounted light and appears to be a full magazine of bullets.
Let me ask you, is this the Glock 19 millimeter handgun that you observed and ultimately ran the serial number on February 7th of 2023?
Yes.
Do those photographs appear to be a true and accurate representation of that firearm?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'd move to admit State's Exhibits number 14.16 to 14.22.
I'm sorry, I put them out of order.
State's Exhibit 14.16 to 14.22 are admitted without objection.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. Judge Van, move to publish. Thank you. And you can hold on to those right there.
Oh, okay.
Could you put up the first one, 14.16, for me, please? All right. And could you zoom in there to the middle of the photograph just so we can see? Officer, what are we looking at here?
It's a Glock 19 that's covered up by some brush.
All right. And if we go to the next one. All right. And again, this one, 14.17. What is it we're looking at here?
Oh, same pistol, just different angle.
Different angle. All right. And the next one, 14.18.
Zoomed in version of the same pistol.
All right. Next one. All right. And what are we looking at here?
The pistol with all the pine straw taken off of it.
All right. And so here on the end, you described that on, what is that on underneath the barrel portion right here? It's labeled TLR7. What is that?
It's a flashlight.
A flashlight. Have you ever operated a firearm that has a light like that?
Yes.
All right. How does it function?
There's, on that particular one, I'm not quite sure, but the ones I've dealt with, there's usually two switches. One kind of like a permanent on switch, and another one's just like a flick that you take it, push it down with your thumb, and then when you release it, it turns off.
Okay. Are those used to, I guess, illuminate the area where you're pointing the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. We go to the next photograph, 14.20. All right. Here, what are we looking at?
Same pistol. They just took, by they, I mean CSI, crime scene investigation, took out the magazine.
All right. And was the magazine, go ahead to the next one, 14.21.
Sorry.
All right, 14.21, the picture here, what are we looking at?
The magazine that came from the Glock, what appears to be full of 9mm bullets
Okay, so
or rounds.
this appears to have live 9mm ammunition in it?
Yes.
Okay. And the last one, 14.22? All right, and again, what are we looking at here?
The same pistol, just flipped over.
All right. You were responsible for taking this firearm and running the serial number. Does every firearm have a serial number?
They should.
Okay. Well, is it federal law that every firearm has to have a serial number?
Yes.
All right. Did this firearm have a serial number?
Yes.
And did you run that serial number? Did you run the serial number?
I had radio. The way it works is when I'm away from the computer, I found the serial number, read it with my radio to give to dispatch, who then ran it through NCIC, and then whatever return that NCIC gave to dispatch, they would then tell me over the radio the result of that.
Okay. What is NCIC?
Was it a national crime?
It's okay if you don't remember.
Yeah,
It's all right. What is the purpose of it?
It's a database the federal government uses to track stolen items, cars, firearms.
Okay.
Things like
What
that.
was the purpose of you running the serial or having dispatch run that serial number through NCIC?
Just to make sure if it was stolen or not.
All right. And did you get a return after giving the serial number to the dispatcher?
Yes.
And what was the return?
Return stolen.
All right. Did you receive any information as to whom reported it stolen?
I'm sure radio told me, but I don't remember what they told me. I think it wasn't until I got back to my car where I was actually able to look and see who it was stolen to.
Okay.
Or from.
And so did you do that? Did you go back to your car and actually look up the results on the return?
I'm sure I did, but I don't remember.
You don't recall who it was, who reported it stolen?
I don't recall.
That's okay. Officer, those are the only questions I have for you. Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Your question? May we release this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If the attorneys will approach. Okay, will state call its next witness?
State call Mr. Matthew Gilbert.
Good afternoon. If you just come up on the podium, sir, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If you'll please be seated. Sir, have you ever testified?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you've never testified. Okay. My court reporter, Sheila, she's taken everything down. She has to get an accurate record of everything that's said in the courtroom.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to kind of come forward toward the microphones. She can't see if you nod your head or say or so we may say, is that a yes or is that a no? There's water right here if you would like some. The attorneys are going to ask you questions, and you might anticipate their questions, and you may try to answer them, but if you start talking at the same time the attorneys are talking, my court reporter can't take down both of you, and she has to decide. So I'm going to ask you to let the attorneys finish whatever they're saying, their questions, and then answer, okay?
All right.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name for the court?
Matthew Gilbert,
Mr. Gilbert, can you spell your last name?
Gilbert.
And sir, what city do you live in?
Winder,
How long have you lived in Winder?
24 years.
Did you grow up in that area?
I did not. Lawrenceville.
Lawrenceville? Okay. So did you spend your whole life in Gwinnett, Farrell?
Almost.
How old are you?
I'm 48 or 47.
47 or 48?
48 at the end of this week.
Okay. Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Remodeling?
Do you have your own business?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of vehicles do you own?
I have an 04 F-250, a 2015 Subaru Forester, and an 87 Suzuki Samurai.
And do you like to do what we call off-roading for fun?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to us what off-roading is.
I either go to a set of trails that you pay for to ride, or simply just find a dirt road or a trail on the side of the road while driving.
How long have you done that?
My whole life.
And what of those 3 vehicles that you listed, which vehicles do you use for the off-roading?
The Samurai.
Tell us what's a Samurai look like?
Miniature version of a Jeep.
And do you remember back on February 6th of 2023 going off-roading?
I do.
Tell us what you were doing that day.
I had just dropped my daughter off earlier that day and was basically not wanting to go home. Nobody was home, so I had the day off and went and drove around off-roading to where they're building a big development.
Okay. The off-roading, what area did you do that in?
Around the Drowning Creek area and some dirt roads off of the Drowning Creek area.
Do you know what city that's in? Or
It's-
what it's near?
Auburn, it's right on the Gwinnett County line for Auburn and Barrow County.
What road were you driving? You said Drowning Creek. What road? What intersection with Drowning Creek?
The 316.
And how did you choose that area?
I used to go there years ago when I was in high school.
What did you do when you were in high school? Go.
Off-roading, dirt bikes,
Okay.
four-wheelers,
So you'd
trucks.
been to that area before.
Yes.
And that day, what vehicle were you driving?
That day, the Suzuki Samurai.
I'm going to show you a photograph that's been marked as States 52. You can take a moment and look at this photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And is that the area, is that a true and accurate picture of your vehicle and the area that you went off-roading on February 6th of 2023?
It is.
You're on under States 52? No objection.
States 52 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish States 52?
Yes, certainly. And so you've got a screen right here you can look at.
Okay.
And this is your vehicle here?
It is.
Can the jury see that? I need? It's good, okay.
Okay, your vehicle, this is the Suzuki Samurai.
Correct.
I see a lot of mud on it. Is that from that day, or was that on there before?
It was from that day.
Okay. The roof, explain to us the vehicle, how the setup is, and how the roof and the doors work. Does it come off?
The roof does come off. It's just a soft top, kind of like a convertible,
Okay,
held on with buttons.
okay. And that day when you're driving, you had it on?
I did.
How is the noise level driving in that?
Very, very loud.
And if we could zoom out on that? And tell us where this location is that we see your vehicle.
That is several hundred yards east of Drowning Creek on the right-hand side of 316.
Okay. And we see a little clearing between the trees.
Yes.
What is that?
That's just a old road that dead-ended.
Okay. Is that where you went down?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you find that location when you were in high school and you guys first found it?
Well, this location I did not. Directly across the street is where we used to go, and I was actually on the way home when I passed this road, and I decided to turn around and go back because I had never been down it.
When you're going off-roading, what are you looking for? Are you
Anything exciting?
Okay. Do you usually do it by yourself, or you do it with other people?
By myself or both. Both.
Okay.
Yes.
And that day when you went down that road, when you go back in those woods, tell us what it looks like. Is it a full road that you could go on, or is there trees blocking your way?
There was one tree down, a small one, but then it just ended into piles of leftover debris from years past.
How far do you think you drove back in those woods?
I'll say 200 to 300 yards. It's not very long.
Did you stay on that path, or did you go deeper in the woods?
I stopped to get out to look, and as I was walking back, my phone had rang.
Okay. So you got out of your vehicle.
I did, and I just walked around while on the phone.
Okay. You remember who you were talking to?
My sister.
And why did you get out of the vehicle?
I cannot hear while on the phone while driving, so
Okay.
I needed to speak to her about my mother.
Okay. What was going on with your mom?
She was in the hospital at the time and sick, and my father was at home bedridden.
Okay. Sorry to hear that. When you got out, you said you were on the phone. What did you do while you were on the phone?
I just walked in kind of circles.
Okay. Where was your vehicle?
Still at the end of the road. I just left it there.
How long do you think your phone call was?
I'll say 20, 25 minutes.
And at some point while you're on the phone with your sister and walking around the woods, did you find something?
Yes, I stepped over a log and found the remains.
And specifically, when you said remains, what did you see?
Specifically, I found a human skull.
Did you know right then that it was human?
Yes.
How?
Very undeniably human.
When you saw the skull, sir, what did you do?
Well, I hung up the phone and called 911.
At that point, could you tell if this was male or female?
No,
And you said you called 911.
I did.
Did you stay in the woods?
I went back to get my vehicle to bring it out so that they would be able to see it on the side of the road, and then stayed on the edge of the wood line.
We see here in States 50 to the vehicle. Is that where you parked it?
It wasn't the first time, but they had a little bit of trouble finding me, so I moved it out to the closer to the road in that location sideways so they could see it.
You said you saw a skull. Did you see anything else?
There were bones scattered throughout the woods.
Sir, did you touch those?
No, ma'am.
Did you take any of the bones?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up talking to the police officers?
I did.
And how long do you think you waited for officers to arrive?
About, I'll say 20 or so minutes, give or take.
And once the officers arrived, what happened?
We walked into the woods. I showed them where the remains were, and they immediately had everybody get out, go get tape, and tape off the area, and I went back to the front with an officer and gave him my name and number and information.
Okay. Did you see any clothing there?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any personal items?
Nothing.
Besides the remains, the bones, did you see anything else there other than leaves and trees?
No, ma'am.
How long, how far do you think it takes from average walking from where your vehicle is to where you get to the remains?
Maybe a minute, if probably not that long.
How far into the woods do you think they were?
Less than 100 yards.
Did you, how long do you think you stayed at the scene once the officers arrived?
Minutes. I showed them, walked back out, name and information, and left right away.
Had you ever seen anything like that before, other than on TV or?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever learn who those remains belonged to?
Yes, the next day.
How did you learn?
I was paying attention to the news, wanting to know.
And on July 26, 2022, do you remember where you were that day?
I do, only from some help, but I was in Tuskegee, Alabama.
Okay. What were you in Tuskegee for?
My wife's grandfather's funeral.
Okay.
We were driving through Tuskegee.
Okay.
Yes.
Other than you talking to the officers for a few minutes that day, did you have anything else to do with this investigation?
No, ma'am. Nobody ever called.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank
may
you.
we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you
You're
very much.
excused. Thank you. right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Again, Gwinnett County is going to buy them lunch, and I want them to stay in the cafeteria. Okay? And let's try to get started at 1:15. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, court will resume at 1:15, so be in your seats at that time.
Also, very briefly before we I wanted to update everybody. I had last month filed a notice that the state intended to call a witness, that was Officer Eugene White, via video conference for his testimony because he was going to be out of town. My initial plan was that I wasn't going to get to him in time before he left, which is tomorrow morning. However, I just want to notify the court, I have restructured some things. He'll be here this afternoon.
Okay.
So I will not have the necessity to call any witness at this point by video conference.
Okay, thank you,
Just want to let everybody know.
Mr. Delphine. Okay, thank you.
came back and searched the area?
No, sir.
After those days, the February 6th, February 7th involvement at the scene, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
Not particularly, no.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Frick?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Detective.
All right, may we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you, Your
Detective.
Honor.
All right, state call its next witness.
State's going to call Christina Persley.
Remain standing on the podium and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Could you introduce yourself to the jury? Give us your name, please.
I'm Christina Persley. I work for the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right. Now, Ms. Persley, what is your role with the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office?
I'm a forensic technician. That means that I help our pathologists with autopsies, and I also specialize in skeletal remains.
All right. So, how long have you worked with a medical examiner here at Gwinnett?
Just over 4 years.
Prior to working with Gwinnett's medical examiner, did you have any other experience in this field?
I did not. I went to school for anthropology, but other than that, I did not have any experience.
And that was going to be the next thing we talked about. So, in order to, what's your official title with the medical examiner's office?
Forensic technician.
All right. In order to be a forensic technician with the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office, what kind of education or training have you gone through?
We do continuing education. Most of our training is hands-on. That means that even if we don't have experience outside of doing autopsies, our pathologists will train us. We also attend classes every year. I think that we do a class at least once a month. And then whatever research that we do outside of that is we can do it on our own as well.
You said you went to school for anthropology.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
So anthropology is the study of human remains, of skeletal human remains. In the field that I studied in, there's a broader anthropology field that is cultural, biological, but I specifically studied human remains.
Okay. And in terms of studying human remains,
what do you do as a part of the medical examiner's office when it comes to examining human remains?
So if a person is recently deceased, I help with the autopsy. If someone has been deceased for a while and they are skeletal remains, I'll respond to the scene with our investigators. I'll process the scene with our investigators, which, depending on how the remains are found, it could look like a few different things. In most cases, when people are skeletal and they're found somewhere, usually they're not buried, they're on top of the surface, so that means that we have to search a broader area to make sure that we are recovering the entire person.
All right. Now, in your role over the last 4 years with the medical examiner's office, how many cases have you been involved in recovering human remains?
In recovering human remains, I honestly don't know off the top of my head. It's been a few, though.
All right. Now, just to give us an idea, I don't need an exact number, more than 10, more than 50, more than 100?
Probably less than 10, between 5 and 10.
Okay. Now, when I say human remains, are we talking about, and I asked you that question, but the answer to that question, are you talking about skeletal remains?
Yes.
Okay.
For the majority of the scenes that I will respond to, usually they're always skeletal remains.
Is that why you respond to a scene essentially with the medical examiner's office, because you have a specialty in
Yes.
human remains? Okay. And skeletal remains, to be more specific?
Yes.
Okay. In college, when you studied anthropology, did you have any involvement there with on-scene or any kind of internships there involving human remains or skeletal remains?
I did not, because the program at the time, I mean, this is years ago, the program at the time did not have a specific course for human remains in a forensic setting. So I did not do any kind of human remains excavations in college. I did participate in excavations, but they were usually cultural excavations.
Understood. Now, are there, in order to be a forensic technician, is there any particular certifications or things like that that you have to have?
Just a bachelor's degree.
All right. Now, while working for the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner, who is it that you work for? Who is the medical examiner?
Dr. Carol Terry.
All right. And has she been the medical examiner for the entire time that you worked there at the office?
Yes, we do have a part-time pathologist that will come in occasionally, but for the majority of the time I work for Carol Terry.
All right. Now, I want to take you to the evening hours of February 6th of 2023. Did you participate with the medical examiner's office in responding to a scene for human remains?
Yes, I did.
All right. Describe that to us.
So I'd gotten the call, I think I had just gotten home from work actually, and taken my scrubs off and got the call that there were possible human remains that were found, skeletal human remains. So I drove out there. We were losing light by that point. So the recovery was pretty quick. I think we spent about an hour and a half at the scene that night. We recovered the majority of what was found, a lot of the larger bones. We had to secure the scene for the night because we couldn't, I mean, by the time we left, it was nearing 10 p.m. and it was during winter, so we had literally no light. So we had to secure the scene for the night, and we went back out the next morning.
Are there challenges that you face in a case where the remains are completely skeletal versus there's some amount of tissue or flesh that remains on a body?
Yes, so with skeletal remains, unless there's some kind of like sharp force or blunt force trauma, it can be hard to determine a cause of death, especially if the entirety of the person is not recovered. Other challenges could be animal activity taking away part of the decedent, taking bones away, also causing trauma themselves post-mortem, like, for instance, rodents or dogs, sometimes coyotes will get a hold of the bones and carry them away and kind of gnaw on them, and that can cause physical trauma to the bones that has nothing to do with the cause of death.
Now, because of, in this case, the remains, and we're going to get to some photographs here in a moment, but the remains that you recovered that evening or a part of recovering that evening, how would you classify them in terms of the skeletonization of the bones? Was there any apparent flesh tissue that remained there on the bones?
There was not. It was completely skeletal. There was no tissue, which led us to believe that the remains had been there for quite some time.
Do you have, what is the science behind being able to determine that?
For time of death?
Yes, ma'am. When you find remains that are completely skeletal, how do you go about determining, if you can, how long they've been there?
It depends on the environment. For someone that is outside and fully skeletal, we'll look at the condition of the bones, look for any kind of soft tissue that may be present, look for bleaching on the bones if they had been exposed to sunlight for a long time, if they've been exposed to a lot of moisture. We can see signs in the bones of that. For most skeletal remains that we find that have been there for quite some time, they'll show the bleaching from the sun, they'll show some kind of weathering, and with remains that have not been there for so long, usually we expect to see some kind of soft tissue, and yeah, some kind of soft tissue.
I understand. Is there a difference in what you might find in skeletal remains if the person was buried versus not buried?
Yes, there is a difference. Like I talked about with the bleaching in the sun, someone who is not buried will typically have some kind of bleaching, which bleaching just makes the bones a little bit whiter. With someone that's buried we would expect to see, for someone that's been there for a while, some kind of plant growth, some kind of, maybe some soft tissue left, maybe some adipocere, which is kind of like a waxy, I don't want to say substance, but it's like a waxy texture that tissue that's been exposed to moisture for a long time will kind of turn into.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to, generally, when you respond to a scene involving human remains, what are the processes or procedures that you go through in recovering those remains?
So what we do is we have what we call a dig kit. That's pretty much all the tools that we would need to be able to do a recovery of skeletal remains. And that includes small shovels, brushes, flags so that we can mark out where we're going to be excavating. It also includes measurement tools so that we can tell how deep the remains are recovered, also how far away from different points in the landscape that they're recovered. So what we would do is we would take the dig kit out, we would map out where we would like to do the excavation, and then we would start around where the remains are usually found within a couple of feet, and then we'll expand that area further out, especially if we see signs of animal activity or any kind of weathering that would carry the bones away to a further location.
Now, when you arrived on scene that night, February 6th, 2023, did you have a dig kit that you were just describing?
I did not, because, like I said, I had just gotten home, so I didn't have time to go to the office to be able to get the dig kit. Luckily, CSI had already mapped it out for us, and so we just gathered the surface remains that we could find with the daylight that we had left.
And in terms of the skeletal remains there that you observed, can you give us a general idea of how much of the remains were present?
I would say, based on the first night, we found probably about 85% of the remains.
And I'm going to, may I approach you? I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibits 13 through 13.13. If you would, Ms. Persley, if you will look through those and let me know once you've finished looking through them if you recognize what those are.
I do recognize them. They are photos of the scene from the first night of recovery.
Do those photographs accurately depict the scene that you described on February 6th of 2023?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit State's Exhibits 13 through 13.13 into evidence.
No objection.
States Exhibit 13, 13.1 through 13.13 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish those?
Yes.
All right. If you would bring up number 13, we'll walk through.
And you have a screen here also.
There's one to your right, one to your left. Yeah. So whatever's easiest for you to look at is okay.
Okay.
This is State's Exhibit number 13, I believe. I'm going to walk up here and see it. Yes, 13.
Could you see it? You can see it. Okay.
All right. Ms. Persley, describe for us what we're looking at here in this photograph.
This is a view from the side of the road. 316 is the road. Kind of looking to the side of where the scene was.
And if you recall, from this perspective, where were the remains at from here?
If you're standing and looking this way, they would have been to the right and up an embankment.
All right. So on the right side of this photograph here, is that the embankment you're talking about?
Yes.
Describe for us, if you can remember, how steep was that?
It was in parts pretty steep. There was a road that was to the side of it, which is how we accessed the scene to begin with. But it was pretty steep right there if you're looking at that particular part of it.
All right. Can we go to 13.1, please? All right, and again, what are we looking at here?
This is also a photo of the embankment leading up to the scene.
All right. Now, as we're looking at this into the woods here, did the woods continue all the way back to where the remains were?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to 13.2? All right, and here, this photograph, that was 13.1, I believe. And then it goes to 13.2, yes. What are we looking at here?
This is also the side of the scene from the road, also a photograph of the embankment.
And this one, is it taken kind of in the reverse of the first photograph, looking back the opposite direction?
It is.
Okay. If we can go to the next photograph. All right, and what are we looking at here?
This is a portion of the scene. This is pretty far from where the remains were actually found. Probably after we secured the scene for the night, or pretty close to securing the scene for the night.
All right, and the next photograph? All right, what are we looking at here?
That is a femur. I'm not sure which side, just looking at the photograph. That femur in particular was carried a little bit away from where the majority of the remains were found, indicating that there was probably some animal activity.
All right, and you've explained that, I think, before. This is Exhibit 13.4, but when you're involved in the recovery of human remains that are skeletal, do you often see bones being moved out from the general location?
Yes, especially if they're, I don't want to say dumped, but if they're placed on top of the surface and they're not buried where they can be easily accessed by animals, yes, it's pretty common to see animals take some bones and kind of scatter them.
In this particular case, when finding a bone, the femur like this, did it appear to you that that was the case, that an animal might have carried it away from the main area?
Yes.
Okay. We can go to the next photograph, 13.5. All right, and what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of a skull.
All right. Was this part of the remains that you recovered that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And 13.6. All right, what are we looking at here?
That's a sacrum, which is your tailbone.
All right. The next photograph. All right, and this one's 13.7. I'm make sure I'm right. 13.7. What are we looking at here?
That's also a photograph, an up-close photograph of the skull that was found. And that's a photograph of how the skull was found before it was manipulated by any investigators.
All right. The next photograph, 13.8. And what are we looking at here?
That's part of the pelvis.
All right. And in terms of recovering remains, is there a significance in certain bones and identifying who the person is?
Yes. So there's a few bones that we use in particular to identify age and sex. The pelvis is one of them. We use the pelvis to determine whether someone is male or female. We also determine age by the pelvis. The femur is another bone that we use to determine age as well as height, possibly.
And the last part there, the height part, makes sense to me, because I imagine the length of the bone
exactly
determines height. But you've also mentioned determining gender, male or female, in terms of the pelvis. What kind of things do you find with the pelvis?
So with the female pelvis, the opening will be a little bit broader than with a male. It's also because, females are built and designed to give childbirth. As far as age goes, there are parts of the pelvis that we can tell if it's fused or not, which will tell us if somebody is a child, a teenager, or an adult.
Now, just in a little bit further explanation about that, what would you expect to see in a child or prepubescent adult versus, or a prepubescent person versus somebody who's already gone through puberty or older?
I would expect to see that not all of the plates are fused.
Okay. So as somebody gets older, do their plates fuse together?
Yes.
Okay. And to the next photograph. All right. What are we looking at in this one?
This is a human skull, again, before manipulation by investigators.
All right. And this is 13.9. Can we go to 13.10? What are we looking at here?
That is the pelvis with the sacrum in place. I believe that's Dr. Terry that's holding it together.
Okay. So she's holding it together. Were these found in separate pieces?
They were found in separate pieces. She put them back together, and I believe we sent that same photograph to our consulting forensic anthropologist to help determine age and sex.
Okay. To the next photograph. And what are we looking at here?
That's a mandibrium. That's part of the interior part of your rib cage.
Okay. And to the next, this one, hold on, this one is 13.11, just so I can, for the record. The next one, 13.12. All right, and in this photograph, what do we see?
That is a photograph of where the majority of the remains were found. That's the original location that they would have been placed.
Okay. Now, what tells you that?
Well, mostly because the majority of the remains were found there. The skull, I believe, was found closer to that person's foot, to the left of the photograph. And as you can see, they're not buried. They're a little bit covered with some dirt and some plant matter, but that's probably from weathering, not from intentional burying.
Okay, and that was going to be the next question here. In looking at these remains, did you discover any evidence that they had that the body had been concealed in any way or buried, covered up with anything?
Concealed only due to the circumstances of they were found in the woods, but they were did not appear to be buried, no.
Okay. And to the last photograph, 13.13. And what are we looking at here?
Those are fingernails with some black nail polish.
All right. And where were those recovered at?
Those were recovered at the original location where the majority of the remains were located.
So in that previous photograph in 13.12 that we just looked at, these were located in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you are out there and these remains are being recovered, how do you document or preserve remains? What happens once you're out there looking at and collecting these bones?
So what I will do is take a notepad with me that I don't mind getting dirty, and I will write down every location of every bone that's found, where it's found in proximity to, say, a tree or some other landmark. So we'll measure it out and figure out where the closest landmark is. We'll also document how deep it's found within the ground so that we can determine whether or not it's a clandestine grave or scattered remains. And we'll also photograph every step of the way. Everything that we remove, we'll photograph a bone before it's removed, where it's originally located. We'll photograph it after it's removed.
Okay. Now, when you recover remains, once you've documented and done the photographic work and writing all of the stuff down, where do you take them? Where do you take the remains?
So usually I'll take custody of the remains and transport them myself. So what I'll do is place them in a bag, mark the bag of where the remains were located, what remains are inside, and then I will take them to the medical examiner's office to be processed. And what that looks like is I bring them into the medical examiner's office, into the forensic wing, to the morgue portion. I'll write down and document everything that is brought in to make sure that nothing is lost along the way, that nothing is misplaced, not tampered with, and then they're placed into a locked cooler.
In this particular case, do you recall how many members or what staff from the medical examiner's office was all present that night?
The original night, it was myself, Dr. Terry, and I believe two other investigators.
All right. From the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall all of the bones that you recovered that night?
I can try.
I have a copy of your report if you don't recall all of them, and I can show it to you.
Okay. I believe that we recovered both humeri, both ulna, both radiuses, the mandibrium, I think all of the ribs, the sacrum, the pelvis, the skull, the mandible, the femurs, both of them, the tibia, fibula, and we may have recovered a couple of smaller foot bones that night, but the majority of the hand and foot bones were found the following day.
Okay. Now, you've used a lot of words that I knew some of them, not all of them. but I want to ask you about a few of them. So you've already talked about the pelvis and the sacrum, so I described what those are. There's a term you use, the manubrium.
Yes.
Manubrium, okay. What is that?
So that's a part of the anterior ribs. It's close to where your sternum would be.
All right. And then you used, I think, humerus.
Yes.
Which bone is that?
Those are your upper arm bones.
All right. And the radius and ulna. I'm going back to 8th grade here, trying to remember the anatomy, but the radius and ulna.
Those are your lower arm bones.
Arm bones, okay. So, in essence, did y'all recover all of the arm bones in the skeletal remains?
Yes, all of the arm bones and all of the leg bones were recovered the first night.
Right, so that's the femur that you talked about.
Yes.
And then the tibia and fibia?
Yes.
Okay, so apart from that, you also recovered the skull and ribs, you said?
Yes.
Now, do you know if you recovered all the ribs or?
We did. We also recovered the clavicles and the scapulas.
All right. Clavicle, is that the collarbone?
Yes.
All right. And scapula, you're going to have to remind me.
Those are your shoulder blades.
Shoulder blades, all right. Any other significant bones that you recovered that night?
The mandible is a big one because a lot of times with skeletal remains, sometimes the mandible will be carried away and it's not easily found, but it was with the rest of the skull, which was...
Is that the jawbone?
It is,
The
yes.
jawbone, okay.
Your lower jawbone, yeah.
Lower jawbone. So in this particular, in the remains that you recovered, you recovered the mandible, was it still attached to the skull or was it somewhere else?
It was not attached because there wasn't any soft tissue present to keep it attached, but it was with the skull.
Okay. And then essentially the backbone, the vertebrae, the lumbars, did you recover all of the spine?
We did. We covered every vertebrae, I believe.
All right. You then took those, bagged them individually and took them back to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Normally, when they go back to the medical examiner's office, what occurs to those remains?
So they will remain in their original bag so that they can be dictated the next day during autopsy by Dr. Terry. I fill out paperwork, document everything that I did, place those same bags into a locked cooler that only medical examiner employees have access to.
All right. Now, and you mentioned obviously it got too dark that night to really continue a search. Were you a part of the medical examiner's team that came back the following day?
Yes.
All right. Who came back the following day with you, if you recall?
My supervisor, Tina Miller, came. Dr. Terry did not go that day. I believe we had 3 other investigators that came, and our other forensic technician came with us to help. And the reason why so many of us went back the next day was because we were trying to recover the hyoid bone, which is really important in skeletal remains to help determine a cause of death. It doesn't always determine a cause of death, but it can certainly help.
In what way? Describe what the hyoid bone is and how it might assist.
So the hyoid bone is in your throat, it's in your neck. And in some suspected homicide cases where we suspect that there is strangulation, especially with manual or ligature strangulation, the hyoid bone can become broken or bruised during that process. Unfortunately, with skeletal remains, a hyoid bone is a really soft bone, and animals, unfortunately, really like soft bones, so it can be hard to recover in remains that are exposed to the elements and exposed to animal activity.
So you mentioned that the next day, more personnel from the medical examiner's office showed up for the purpose of trying to locate that. More remains, but with a particular focus on that bone?
Yes.
Okay. And what did y'all do when you got back the next day? What kind of things did you do once you got there in order to search the next day?
So because we knew that we were looking for smaller bones, we had already recovered most of the larger long bones. We used what we call a sifter, which is basically, if you've ever seen any kind of like anthropology shows, they usually have, it's a classic, like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's got like a screen at the bottom and then it's like a box built around it. And what we do is take the soil or the dirt and the leaves, dump it into there and then shake it so that the dirt falls through and it'll trap any kind of larger pieces like rocks, potentially a bullet, and some bones.
Now, when, and y'all employed using those, the following day?
Yes, and we also used brushes to make sure that when we were digging through the dirt that we weren't, because the hyoid bone is such a soft bone, that we weren't damaging the bones by using shovels, so we mainly just used our hands and we used brushes.
If you recall, and just approximately, how long were you and the rest of the medical examiner's team out the following day?
The following day, I believe we probably left about 3 p.m. We had gotten there about 10 a.m., so we were out there most of the day.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 14, 14.1 through 14.15, I believe. Make sure I'm correct. And then also, because we've already admitted some, and I'm a little out of order, 14.23 through 14.32 for the record. So that's 14 and 14.1 through 14.15 and 14.23 through 14.32. And like I did just a moment ago, I'm going to keep them in separate stacks since there's a little bit of a gap, but if you look through these photographs, let me know if you recognize what's contained in them.
I recognize these as photographs of the scene from the second day.
February 7th of 2023?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of that scene on that day?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibits 14 and 14.1 through 14.15 and 14.22?
23.
23, excuse me, through 14.32.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 14, 14.1 through 14.15 are admitted without objection. And then for State's Exhibit 14.23 through 14.32 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Percy, before you came into the courtroom, the missing exhibits and the numbers there, 14.16 through 14.22, have already been admitted to evidence, but I'm going to show them to you as well. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I recognize these from the second day.
All right. And generally, the stack that I just handed you, the 14.15 through 14.22, what are they of?
They are photographs of a Glock handgun that was found in sort of close proximity to the remains.
You were there that day when it was recovered?
Yes.
Okay. If I can, I'm going to go ahead and publish, starting with exhibit number 14. Here, no, it'll come up on the screen. All right, now, February 7th, 2023, it's daylight hours. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph during the day, as you said, of the side of the scene, looking up the embankment from the side of the road.
All right, and to the next photograph. All right, and what are we looking at here in 14.1?
A different area of the side of the scene.
All right, and to the next photo. All right, and here.
This is just outside the perimeter of the scene.
And I'm going to be accurate here, 14.2. To the next photograph, 14.3. What are we looking at here?
Members of the Gwinnett County Police Department, possibly recruits. They had done a grid search during the day.
All right, so the folks here that are in the photograph, members of the Gwinnett County Police Department, these were the individuals who were involved in conducting a grid search through the woods?
Yes.
Okay. Did you participate in the grid search?
I did not. We focused our efforts on where the remains were found.
For the next photograph, 14.4. What are we looking at here?
This is the outside perimeter of the scene.
All right. And 14.5. All right, what are we looking at here?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure we've recovered something there, but I can't quite see it.
All right, well, in here, this little orange flag, if you will, or indicator here, what is this an indicator of?
That is usually an indicator that we did find something. But again, I'm not entirely sure from this photograph what we recovered.
Whatever y'all found there, you had already collected the previous night, and this is a photograph of it?
We may have, yes.
Okay. To the next photograph. All right, and generally what are we looking at here?
Another photograph of where we recovered something.
Okay, and the next photograph?
Again, we have recovered something from that spot, and I can see that we had dug around that spot, so I'm assuming that we had probably found a long bone the previous night.
All right, and the next one? All right, and what are we looking at here?
That looks like the main area where we excavated the majority of the remains.
Now, you mentioned using, I don't remember what you called it, it wasn't a screen, you called it
a sifter.
A sifter, thank you. Were you, in doing that, were you taking, the dirt or pine straw or whatever it is that we can see in photographs like this and putting it through that sifter?
Yes.
Okay. To the next photograph. This is 14.9. All right. What are we looking at here?
This is an overview of where the majority of the remains were found after excavation.
Okay. And the next photograph? All right, what are we looking at here?
That looks like it's either a bone from a foot or a hand. I'm going to assume a foot because the majority of the hand bones were found relatively close together in the position that the hands were laid.
Okay. This photograph here was taken on February 7th, the next morning?
Yes, it was.
Is this an example of some of the additional bones that you found the next day?
Yes.
And do you recall, without looking at your report, I have it here if you need it, which bones, what all you found the following day?
We found the majority of the hand and foot bones. There were a few that we did not recover. I think that's the majority of the bones that we recovered. We did recover some hair, additional fingernails, and some possible rib cartilage.
Okay. Now, the hair, do you recall finding the hair?
I do, yes.
In terms of when you found it, were you able to tell anything unique about the hair?
Yes, we were able to tell that it was had two different tones to it. There was a dark tone and a light tone.
Okay. Now, is that the hair having two different colorings to it? is that an indication of something natural happening to it, or is the hair that color prior to death?
It could have been something natural, like the sun could have bleached it, but looking at it, it didn't look like anything like relative to weathering or bleaching. It looked like it had been previously colored.
Okay. Into the next photograph, which would be 14.11. All right. And what are we looking at here?
It looks like possibly a metacarpal from the foot.
Okay, metacarpal.
It's a tiny little bone that's in your foot.
A small foot bone.
Yes, exactly.
There's obviously what appears to be a ruler here. What's the purpose of that?
We use the L scale to not only show what the size of something is, but show the relative, like basically to show size.
Okay. And the next photograph, 14.12. All right, and you know what we're looking at here?
I believe that's either the rib cartilage or it possibly could be part of the knee.
Okay. Again, y'all are measuring it for scale?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next photograph, 14.13. All right, and what are we looking at here?
That looks like it's the majority of a hand, I believe.
Okay. Now, in relation, and we looked at a few bones that might have been the foot bones and then this hand bone. In relation to that bigger scene that we were just looking at where y'all were excavating and found the skull and the rest of the, where was this located at?
This was located with the majority of the bones. It looked like the way that the remains had been laid, that the hands were to the side because we found bones from both hands and they were on either side of the midsection of the remains.
Okay. And the next photograph, 14.14. What are we looking at here?
Again, that's going to be either a foot bone or a hand bone.
And the next photograph, 14.15. All right, and what are we looking at here?
This is part of the scene. I think that's members of Gwinnett County Police Department. And that may have been the point that they found the handgun, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, that's all right. If we can skip over the 14.16 all the way to 14.23. While they're putting that up, I wanted to ask you, if you recall,
How many bones were recovered not in the main area with skeletal remains, but we looked at one femur that you had talked about,
Yes.
but what else, if you recall, was located elsewhere?
I believe that one of the fibulas and tibias was found further away from the remains, and I believe a humerus was found further away from the remains, but that was essentially, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, the majority of it was found further away from the remains.
All right, in this photograph, what are we looking at?
This
is
is,
it a tooth?
I don't think it's a tooth. I believe it's a bone. It may be part of the knee, but it's definitely not a tooth.
Okay, and to the next photograph, 14.24.
I believe that's the same bone from the previous picture with the scale. Yeah.
Okay, the next photograph. And what are we looking at here?
Another foot or hand bone.
All right, and the next photograph.
Same thing with the scale?
Yes, probably a hand bone, judging by the length of it.
All right, it's 14.26. The next photograph, 14.27. All right, what are we looking at here?
Those, I believe, are going to be hand bones.
All right, and you located these on either side of the torso, you had said?
Yes.
All right, 14.28. And that same one just with the scale on it?
Yes.
Okay, and then 14.29. What are we looking at here?
That is a fingernail with black nail polish.
Okay, so you found an additional fingernail the next day?
Yes.
Okay. 14.30. Same fingernail just with the scale on it?
Yes.
All right, and 14.31. All right, just generally what we're looking at here.
That's just an overview of where some of the remains were recovered.
All right, 14.32. And what are we looking at here?
That is an overview of the majority of the site where the remains were found.
Now, obviously, it appears to me as I look at a significant disturbance here. I mean, is this after?
That's it, yes.
All right, so this is post-search by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And so all of what we see kind of torn up here is stuff that you guys had gone through and sifted through looking?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And to the last, this is the last one, 14.32? Right.
Yes.
In all of the searching that you did there, both the first night and then also on the second morning, February 7th, did you locate the hyoid bone?
We did not.
Okay. From your observation, I know you're not a forensic pathologist. You don't perform the autopsies. Do you assist in performing them?
I do. I do the evisceration, which is essentially taking out the organs, weighing them, and then Dr. Terry is responsible for doing the dissection of the organs.
Understood. In a case like this, where it's skeletal and the organs are not present, do you participate in an autopsy of those?
Yes, we do still call it an autopsy. However, it's different because there are no soft tissues or organs present. So for skeletal remains, what we will do is lay them out in anatomical order, make sure everything that is there and see what kind of recovery you have. If we have a partial recovery, if we have a full recovery, we check every single bone for any signs of trauma, any signs of disease, or any signs of issues, essentially.
And I understand, as the forensic technician, you are not the individual who makes conclusions about causes of death and things like that, right?
Right.
However, from your observation of the remains, did you notice anything that appeared to be an obvious sign of trauma to any of the bones?
I did not.
Okay. Once you finished that day recovering the remainder of the bones, I think you said mostly the hand bones and foot bones, and what did you do with those remains?
Those remains were treated similarly to the ones from the night before. They were bagged, labeled, taken back to the medical examiner's office by myself, and placed into a locked cooler.
Okay. Now, that's February 7th. Did you participate in whatever autopsy could be done with Dr. Terry of these remains?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what day or how long after that autopsy occurred?
I'm not entirely sure. I believe it was February 8th. We may have started February 7th that night, but I don't recall exactly.
Was it shortly after the remains were recovered?
It was, yes.
And what was your role in that particular autopsy?
My role was helping Dr. Terry check for trauma, laying everything out in anatomical order, and making sure that they were clean. That's part of our job, is cleaning the bones to make sure that we're not missing anything, such as a small scratch or nick, I guess I should say, from a tool or something like that.
Okay. Firstly, I think those are all the questions I have for you at this time. Thank you.
Your Honor, I know that I handled whether or not to object, but I was hoping that Mr. Dobbins could do cross.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I don't believe we've met. My name's Kyle Dobbins. I represent the defendant. You have named out a pretty significant list of bones that were recovered, and then you have said that the hyoid bone was not recovered. Were there other bones not recovered?
There were a few, I believe, a few hand and foot bones that were not recovered.
Do you know if the patella or the kneecaps were recovered?
I don't recall, honestly.
Is there anything significant about the hand or foot bones not being recovered?
There is not. It's not uncommon for such small bones to not be with the rest of the remains.
Okay. What would you attribute that to?
Either animal activity, weathering, or we just didn't. They're so small that we just didn't catch it, even though we did a thorough search.
The hyoid bone being missing, would you attribute that to animal activity or foul play?
Animal activity, for sure.
Okay. As far as the gun that was located, do you know how far away that was from the remains?
I know that it was in close proximity, but I don't recall exactly how far it was found. For our investigation, it wasn't significant, so we did not measure from the remains to the gun.
I need one more.
Sure.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the state?
Nothing else from the state.
Okay, all right, Ms. Drake, maybe or Mr.
No, she can be excused.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Does the jury need a break now, or you want to start on the next witness? Y'all been going about an hour and 10 minutes. It seems like nobody wants a break. Okay, go ahead and call your next witness. Remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good afternoon. You could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. I'm Detective William Merkley.
I'm going to take those from you, these photographs. Thanks. And Detective, where do you work?
I'm currently employed with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
And what is your position with the police department?
Right now, I'm a detective with the Special Victims Unit.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been with the Special Victims Unit for a year, with Gwinnett County for 5 years.
Besides your 5 years with Gwinnett County Police, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
And have the whole time of your 5 years with Gwinnett, have you been post-certified, meaning you have full arrest powers in the state of Georgia?
Yes, that is correct.
And when did you start in Special Victims Unit?
I started in Special Victims in, I believe it was April of 2023.
And before April of 2023, what were you doing for the police department?
I worked 4 years as a uniformed police officer out of our West Precinct.
What area is the West Precinct?
The area covers Norcross, Peachtree Corners, parts of the city of Lilburn, mostly bordering with DeKalb County.
And as a uniformed patrol officer, what were some of your duties?
I would conduct traffic enforcement, respond to calls for service, go out on self-initiated activity, area checks.
When you say self-initiated activity, what does that mean?
Traffic stops, suspicious persons, stopping and talking with local residents, making sure everything is all right, see if they have any concerns.
And specific calls for service, how do you get the information on what calls to go to?
So if it's called for service, a 911 call is placed to our 911 center. The call taker gathers information, relays it to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher will send usually the unit assigned to that area out to respond to the call.
And back on January 27th of 2022, what was your position with the police department then?
I was working still uniform patrol out of West Precinct.
And I know you said the West Precinct. Is there a certain area or neighborhood that you get assigned to, or are you working all that area?
Mostly just that specific precinct. Our area would change from shift to shift.
But you could be anywhere in that full precinct.
Correct.
Did you get dispatched on January 27th, 2022 for a call at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Was it January 27th? July 27th.
July, my apologies. July 27th. Thank you. So you got dispatched on July 27th of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the nature of that call?
That was a theft from a vehicle call.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to tender a 911 call. We have a certified business record from the Gwinnett County 911 Center, and that is for call number P220800600. That's for Gwinnett County Police Department, case number GP220060902, and that is a certified business record.
What exhibit number, Ms. Meditucci?
27.2 is the business record certification, and 27 is the disc.
Thank you.
No objection.
Yep, that was my next question. All right, 27 and 27.2 are admitted without objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to publish the 911 call?
Yes.
Hello?
County Police, hello.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, can I get an officer? I should have called the 911 emergency. I'm sorry. Can I get an officer just to do an inter and auto report, please?
To do a what report?
Inter and auto.
Okay, what's the address?
It's 3258 Windscape Village Lane in Sterling Glen Apartments.
What apartment is
It's E, but I'll be standing outside.
and your name, please, sir?
Miles
What's your last name, Miles?
Bryant.
And what's your phone number you can be reached back on, please?
678-891-8632.
And what kind of vehicle is you guys, please?
I'm sorry?
What kind of vehicle do you have?
The truck, black truck.
Did they break the window? How did they get in?
No, ma'am. I think I left my door unlocked.
All right, so just get patient. We'll get somebody out there as soon as we can. What's the name of the
All right, thank you so much.
complex? What's the name again of the apartment complex?
Sterling Glen.
All right, we'll get them out there as soon as we can, sir.
Thank you.
And Detective Merkley, that 911 call, is that in reference to the call that you got dispatched to?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And while you were a patrol officer, did you wear a body-worn camera?
I did wear a body-worn camera.
Can you explain to us how the body-worn cameras work? How do they come on?
So our body-worn cameras have to be manually turned off and turned on and turned off by holding down the center action button. When we go back and review the data, there's a date and time stamp that appears. For some reason, our department has chosen to put the time in UTC time instead of Eastern Standard Time, so there's a 3-hour difference. The time on our body cam shows 3 hours ahead of what the actual time is.
What is UTC time?
I don't remember the exact phrasing. I know that that's what our body cams record in.
I understand that. So is there, do you know to change the time when you look at the time on your body camera based on you knowing it's in UTC time?
I'll know that when I'm reviewing my body camera, I'll know that I'll have to take 3 hours off that time to know that that's the time that timer is recorded.
And do you record every call you go to?
I do, yes.
Is there any way for officers to go in and edit or delete or change that footage?
No, once the body-worn camera is turned on, that footage is stored on evidence.com. The only one who can restrict access to it would be, I believe it's Corporal Ogroski, who runs our body cam unit. Even then, it would just be restricted. It wouldn't be deleted off or edited anyway.
And that day, when you went to this call, the 911 call we just heard, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Have you had an opportunity to review the body cam video that you had on that day?
I did review the body cam.
And I'm showing what's marked as states 27.1. You could take a moment and look at this.
Yes, ma'am, this is my body cam.
Are your initials on that?
They are in the top right.
Okay. Did you initial this?
I did.
And you watched the full video?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you watched that video, was it a true and accurate recording of your body-worn camera from that 911 call we just heard?
From the call of service, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time your paper states 27.1.
No objection.
27.1 is admitted without objection.
Your Honor, permission to publish 27.1?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Mr. Bryant.
Y'all probably getting slammed, I'm sorry.
No, you good?
Yeah. Man, so yesterday, I don't know what time, man. I went running around here. I did a bunch of stuff yesterday. And I came back, I went to the store and everything. I had it at the store, and I came back, I went running everything, and then my girl was finna leave. I was like, I got my wallet. I don't know where my wallet at. So I can't find my wallet. And then this morning, I worked Doraville. I was getting my dry cleaner. I got to work tonight. And then I looked on my floorboard, and the my Glock 19 holster is on the floorboard. And my Glock 19 is always together, you know?
Right.
So, I hate to say, I think I left my, they ain't smashed the window or nothing. I fucked around, left my door unlocked. The biggest, I know, man, I get on people all the time when I take inner auto report. But I just want to at least put that, on GCIC.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It was in there when you went to the store last night, correct?
Yeah, it was. I don't know.
You know?
I don't know. I looked down this morning and saw my holster. I said, I can't find my wallet. My holster's there. My gun and holster is never separate. It's we the people conceal holster. If I take it, I'll take the holster. I don't carry it free. So that's definitely missing. You want me to get the serial number for you real quick?
If you don't mind.
Yeah. Sorry about that. And if you run my tag, I'm a registered owner. I don't have my wallet, so I have my ID on it.
No, that's fine. Do you think your wallet was in the truck as well, or?
I think so, because I didn't. The pants I had on yesterday, I took it in the house, looked through all the grocery bags. I only went in the house, and I came out here and I ran around in there. But I'm the courtesy officer here. And then last night, when my girl got back from, we did something. We came back. I drove around a little bit, and I needed to do patrol anyway. I drove around a little bit, see if I could find it. I didn't see it. It was dark in a little bit.
Okay. Anyway, I'll list it in the truck just to say it's on our report.
Yeah. I don't really care about, the detective stuff like that. I just want to get on GCIC at least. Some person get caught on the side of the road with it,
No, I got you.
Yeah. Y'all getting slammed?
Honestly, no, not really.
West side moving, boy. My lieutenant in the guard is Soto. Lieutenant Soto. She works in the on West side. I think she works night.
And everything's just standing on the Gen 5?
Yeah, standard. I got a TLR, I think 7. There's a little small light on it.
Small light on?
Yeah. That's it though, jet, no red dot, nothing like that. I don't really care. I have 1,000 guns in there, but.
That's fine. No markings, gradings, nothing changed, no backplate?
No, nothing sexy. Nothing sexy.
No, I say that.
Yeah.
And then wallet, anything special about a wallet?
The only thing on it, can you list, at least in the narrative, that I have my military ID in there? Because if I can't find it and it don't come up, I'm going to have to go. They need, they request a police report for military ID.
That's fine. Any debit cards, credit cards?
Yeah, debit card stuff on there. I check it, none been used. I've been using my Apple Pay, but none been used.
How many debit cards?
I got Navy Federal debit card, Navy Federal credit card, and Chase debit card.
And then driver's license?
Yeah, military ID. That should be it.
No cash?
No.
If it was like $10, I don't know, a few dollars, it wasn't nothing big.
Trust me, I'm the same way. I don't carry cash on me.
Yeah, I don't carry cash. I carry maybe like $10 just to have cash, but I hate cash. I got the little, it's like a little money clip wallet, you know?
Yeah.
It's like the little card holder with the clip on the end.
Well, like a generic black, brown, or was it name brand? Black.
Literally black little card holder. Like a little rich, like a wannabe rich wallet, you know? The cheap version.
Like $10 worth?
Yeah. It wasn't nothing expensive. The main thing is just getting that gun.
Okay. Do you remember what you paid for the gun?
Man, I bought this gun so long ago, man. I got the blue label, maybe $300, you can say. You know, I don't know how much the blue label is nowadays, you know. $399 maybe.
I was gonna say, you out before the pandemic, you got a good price on, because I know they're
it was
like...
before, it was a long time. I went up there in Ed's pawn shop over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I'm out there in, what the fuck is that? It's Fargo.
Yeah, no, I got
County, I think.
Oh, you drove far then?
Huh?
You didn't just go to Davis Gun Room? Off Beaver Highway?
I didn't live over here then.
Oh, okay.
I just really moved over here to get a courtesy officer spot, you know.
No, I get that. Yeah, let me get your case card, man. I'll get that put on.
Appreciate it, bro.
So you think you left that unlocked?
Yeah, they didn't break the window. I had to, you know, if they got it like that, yeah. But it had to be when I was moving in and out, because I have a truck right here, and I backed it up right there, I ran a little bit, I came out here, sat a little bit. I was just in and out all day, so I had to be somebody to quick, da-da-da, and I think they live in here, you know? Unless it's cuts all through here, like that cut back there. I get kids going to the pool all the time when it's closed.
Oh, yeah.
That cut back there leads to like behind that little Hispanic grocery store right there and shit.
Oh, yeah. We've had people actually rob the grocery store and come run through here.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I get calls here all the time, man, I know.
I was going to say, how long you been a courtesy officer here?
I'll say a few months now.
A few months?
Fairly new, yeah.
So it's decent for the most part. There's good people.
Yeah.
But you will get like, oh, someone's shooting a gun off behind this building.
Yeah, they call all the time. And I be like, I drive through, like, all right, you know. I don't even call it. Y'all be West Coast and slam. Like, Soto working, I'll text them, like, y'all busy?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, we getting slammed. I'm like, all right, you know, I'm not even gonna grab it. Y'all come patrol over here, you know. So, people smoking all over there. Like, the pool been closed. I guess the county came out and did an inspection and the levels are off or whatever, so the pool been closed. And I was on the way to work when I was on day watch. And 5:15 of the goddamn morning, and people just partying at the pool. I said, it's 5:15. I said, hey. They just take off running. Bro, this, you know. But housing market too crazy right now. That's what I want, bro.
Trust me, I get it. I just got my house before everything
For real,
shot
man, y'all
up.
were the luckiest ones. My partner, one of the guys at work did too. He was like, bro, right before the pandemic, I got me one. And I'm glad. As soon as he got it risen.
No, it was January last year I got it.
Oh, for real?
It was like mid-pandemic.
Where you stay at?
All the way out in Winder.
Winder? That's not bad. Barrow County?
Barrow County.
Barrow County, Georgia.
Barrow County, quiet, land.
Oh, yeah. I want to go to the country, man. I love the country, bro. I hate the city, man.
That's the thing. I used to live out this way. Like, I lived out here for the academy, lived out here for 2 years of the patrol. So I'm like, I can't do this shit no more. I don't want to walk out my door and say...
I ain't never lived in the country, but I love the country. I'm from South Georgia, man, so, you know.
See, that's the thing. I'm from upstate New York. Everyone's used to being, like, wide open. Like, you don't see your neighbor for a couple of days. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get this done for you, man. I'll get you.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, man.
You want me to wait here, or I'm going to go back inside?
If you want to go back inside for a second, I'm going to get everything typed in, make sure I get everything right.
You report now? Oh, okay, you can.
Yeah.
Okay, you can give me the case card. You go today.
I'll get you the case card.
Yeah, you give me the case card today. Sergeant, actually. He was at the quick trip, you know, right there by the McDonald's.
Yeah, Oak Brook Indian Trail?
Yeah. I was talking to him last night. He was like coming over to the county, man.
Come on, man.
Do my little quick lateral, whatever, from a part of the county.
Yeah, I think it's like a month now.
Yeah. Just more shit. Hey, free bullets, why not, you know? Hey, what really sucks is my department, we just switched ammo. So I put, what's up, man? We just switched ammo, so I put the old ammo we had, they let us have it. So I put it, so there's two fucking great hollow points in there, you know? Like, yeah.
Cool, and then the 678 numbers you? This 678 numbers you?
Yep, 678 891 8632.
Cool. Hey, man. So that's case file for you? I usually explain it, but I'm pretty sure you understand how everything goes with it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, if you're really thinking about coming over, now's a good time. Like, they'll put you on the road.
I'm on contract with them, so they said they sent me the mandate, you know, so.
Seriously? If you need anything, hit me up. I'm more than willing to talk to you.
Hey, cool, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Hey, hopefully you find your wallet. It's not actually...
Yeah, I know.
Either way, it's going on there. All right, bro.
Cool, appreciate it, bro.
Hey, take care of yourself.
All right, Detective Merkley, you mentioned that the time on the body cam videos is about, you said 3 or 4 hours? Do you know which one?
I believe I said 3, but looking back, it could be 4.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of, if I showed you a copy of the CAD report, would that help refresh your recollection on the timing?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what a CAD report is. Does that say the call details for the 911 call?
It does. It lists the individual call number specific to each call that we go to, what units were dispatched, what time they arrived, what time they closed the call, and any information that they entered during the call, including vehicles, persons' identification numbers, people that were ran during the call.
Okay, and looking at that, does that help refresh your recollection as to what the time difference is?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 4-hour time difference.
4 hours. And what time were you actually dispatched to this call for this entering auto report?
I was dispatched at 10:41 in the morning. I arrived at 10:57. And then it shows that I closed the call at 11.
Thank you. And who was it that you met with for that report?
I met with Mr. Miles Bryant.
Did he identify to you where he worked?
He stated that he was the courtesy officer and pointed to the Doraville marked police car that was parked out front.
What's a courtesy officer do?
A courtesy officer is an officer that works for a department in the state of Georgia. Usually as part of the courtesy officer, they work in partner with the complex they live in for a discount rate that the jobs for the complex could vary. The complex can ask them to close the pool in the summers, lock the gym, do area checks. It's specific to each apartment complex which the courtesy officer lives in.
Do your officers, yourself, and other officers at Gwinnett County Police Department work closely with the courtesy officers when you guys respond to calls?
Not in my personal dealings. However, some courtesy officers have called in complaints while away from their apartments.
And did Mr. Bryant tell you what type of vehicle he had that his items were supposedly taken from?
He pointed to a black 4-door F-150 backed in right in front of his apartment.
And was he able to tell you when those items were supposedly taken?
He was only able to give me a time frame. He wasn't actually to say when specifically. It was his truck was entered.
I'm sorry?
He wasn't actually able to tell me a specific time. He just gave me a time frame of when he last saw the items in his truck.
Did he report any damage to the vehicle as a broken window or broken door to get into the truck?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Did he say how someone supposedly got into his truck?
He believed that he left his truck unlocked.
And did he say where this happened at?
He said that it was probably in his apartment complex.
And we heard him say, me and my girl did something. Was he able to tell you where him and his girl were supposedly at?
He did not.
And what did he say was taken from the truck?
He focused on the Glock 19 handgun that he keeps in the passenger side floorboard in a We the People holster. He wasn't sure if he had left his wallet in the truck or if he had just misplaced it.
And the gun, did he say what happened to the holster?
The holster was left in the truck.
And based on your training and experience, your 5 years with Gwinnett County Police Department and carrying a firearm to yourself, is it usual that a gun is taken out of a holster when it's taken?
In my experience dealing with entering auto calls, if someone reports something missing, usually that entire item is taken. People just usually take time to take items out of what they're in. say if someone reported a purse missing, they wouldn't just be a wallet taken out of, someone would just take the whole bag and go.
So in your experience in dealing with entering autos for taken firearms, is the actual gun and the holster taken?
Usually everything is taken in one piece, yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Bryant tell you about any lights or any other things on his firearm?
He did mention a small weapon light on the front of the firearm.
Was he able to get you a serial number for that gun?
He still had the box that the gun came in and was able to cop the serial number off that box.
Why is that important for you to get the serial number?
The serial number is specific to each gun. If we have a serial number, we can list that specific gun stolen on the Georgia Crime Information Center network, so that if someone does come across that gun later, it can be traced back to its owner and later returned.
We heard on your body cam video something mentioned called a blue label for buying the gun. What is that?
Blue Label it's a program that Glock runs where they offer, I believe it's discounts to law enforcement for purchasing the firearms.
And did he tell you where that holster and gun supposedly were in the truck?
He told me that he always keeps it in the passenger side of his truck.
What about the wallet? Did he tell you where that wallet supposedly was?
I asked him if he thinks he left the wallet in his truck. He said it might have, but he wasn't sure.
Did he tell you what was supposedly in the wallet when it was taken?
I asked him what was in the wallet. It was a couple credit cards, debit cards, his military ID, and his driver's license.
Did he mention any cash?
I asked him cash. He said maybe a couple of dollars, $10 at the most.
Did in your call with Mr. Bryant, he make any statements about how he wanted you to handle or investigate the report?
He stated that he just wanted the gun listed as stolen and that he didn't really want detectives looking into it.
Based on your training and experience with Gwinnett County Police Department, what were your thoughts when you heard that? Is that normal?
I found it a little odd that we had a serial number for specific property that could be returned to him, but he didn't want any follow-up done with this case.
In checking serial numbers as a police officer and running for guns for if they're stolen or not, why is it important for you to keep track of guns?
So when we come across guns on the street, we can run the serial number, see if they're stolen. If they do come back as stolen, it'll come back with a hit that shows where it was stolen, how long it had been stolen, and what agency reported stolen. Any follow-up done, we can go back and contact the agency and see what the circumstances were where that gun was taken.
So if this case was, if you had forwarded it on to a detective for follow-up on a missing gun, what would the detective do?
They might have checked local pawn shops. If someone had been found carrying that gun on the street, be it a day later or 10 years later, it still would have come up as stolen, been taken into property, and then follow-up would have been conducted from that point.
So the detective would have actually helped be able to possibly locate if that gun was really stolen?
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
Did you, in fact, take that gun and put it on GCIC, that report?
I did take that report, and I did call GCIC to list the gun as stolen.
Is that normal procedure when you take a report like this?
If we have a serial number, yes, ma'am.
We heard on the video that we watched that Mr. Bryant was asking you for a case number and appeared to be kind of rushing you off. What were your opinions when you saw that?
I didn't really have an opinion. I figured he worked for Doraville. He knew the procedures. He knew how we operate and how we ran investigations, took these reports. So I didn't feel like I needed to explain a lot to him.
Okay. And he talked to you about wanting to actually get a job at Gwinnett County Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever receive any follow-up calls from him when you offered to help him about getting employment at Gwinnett County?
I did not.
Did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Bryant saying he had found his gun later on?
I had not, no.
Did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Bryant saying he had found his wallet?
No, I did not.
did you ever receive any call saying he found his credit cards, his license, or the other items that were supposedly in the wallet?
No, ma'am, I never received another call.
And Detective Merkley, did you later learn if that gun was in fact located?
I did later learn that gun was located.
Where was that gun located?
I was told the gun was found in proximity to where Susana Morales' body was found.
Thank you so much. That's all the questions I have at this time.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, may we release this witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a comfort break and adjourn back at 3:20. afternoon. Come from the podium and remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Officer, can you please state your name?
Officer Viat, W-I-A-T-R.
And officer, what's your first name?
Eugene,
And officer, where are you employed?
Gwinnett County Police Department.
How many total years of law enforcement experience do you have?
Over 2 years.
And is that all with Gwinnett County?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your current position with the police department?
I am on the DUI task force.
What does the DUI task force do?
We pull over impaired drivers and arrest them.
Do you have specialized training for that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Tell us what that is.
SFST training,
You said SFFTs. What's that?
to do fields to make sure people are impaired in that. I've also got phlebotomy training to draw bloods from impaired drivers and search warrant affidavits.
And back in January 2023, were you also on the DUI task force then?
No, I was on Central D cycle, which is nights.
Okay. So as an officer with, is that the Central Precinct?
Yes.
And you said that D cycle, that's the night shift.
Night shift, yes.
What were your duties back then as an officer for the night shift?
Answer 911 calls, look for people speeding, and any person that broke the law.
And during your full 2 years with Gwinnett County Police Department, have you been post-certified with full arrest powers in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a specialized training for speeding and traffic enforcement?
I am laser and radar qualified.
You say laser and radar. What does that mean? Let's first talk about laser. What is
Laser, it's to measure speed detection at a point-specific vehicle coming at me while I'm stationary.
that? Okay. And what about radar? What is that?
Radar, I can do either moving or stationary, and that is a group of cars, which I determine which one's doing the fastest speed.
And is there a certain, back in 2023 of January, is there a certain area that you were doing speed or traffic enforcement in?
I was doing speed on 316 right past Boggs Road, eastbound.
Tell us when you get a traffic stop and you pull someone over for speeding, what is the regular procedure you take?
I walk up to the vehicle, or I call out my location with the dispatch. I tell them what vehicle I'm out with, and I do a driver's side or a passenger side approach, talk with the occupant, and determine on if they're getting a citation, if they're under influence, and go from there.
Okay. And when you're doing traffic enforcement, are you in a marked patrol car?
I am in a marked patrol car.
And do you drive by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys have sometimes call out for a backup or assistance when you do traffic stops?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
If they're under the influence, or if they're wanted, or anything pertaining to more people in the vehicle than I can handle at the time.
Okay. And back on January 12th of 2023, were you working for that Central Precinct with Gwinnett County doing traffic enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were doing the night shift. What were your hours then?
5:30 p.m. to 5:30 a.m.
And did you have an opportunity to stop a vehicle on that day?
Yes, I did.
When you were doing traffic enforcement, did you have on a body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And tell us about, does your body camera on for every traffic stop you do?
Yes, ma'am.
How does your body camera get activated on a traffic stop?
I activate it by pressing the button twice to activate it.
Do you activate it while you're still in your car or once you actually get out of the car?
As soon as I put out radio traffic that I'm pulling a vehicle over, I activate my body camera.
And on that day of January 12th of 2023, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to re-watch your body camera video from that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 25. If you can take a moment and look at that disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your initials on that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true, and what, did you recently watch this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate recording of the traffic stop that you conducted on January 12, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Aaron, this time attender States 25.
No objection.
States 25 is admitted without objection.
Permission to pause States 25, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Officer Avion with Gwinnett County Police. Any reason why you're doing 82 and a 55?
Sorry, brother. I work shift tonight. I'm late for the drill. I'm going to the range.
All right, got your ID?
I work tonight. I work for Golden Police Department. I'm sorry, man. I work until 10 o'clock tonight. Work shift. I'm late for drill.
Got your police ID? Slow down.
I got you, bro. I apologize.
Yep.
And Officer Bryant, was that you in that traffic stop that we just saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was it that you pulled over?
The defendant?
Was that Miles Bryant?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what kind of vehicle he was driving in?
He was driving a F-150 crew cab, appeared to be.
And you said that was on 316?
316 eastbound at Sugarloaf Parkway.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of day that was?
It was approximately 3:46 a.m.
And we saw you ask for some identification. What did he hand you?
He handed me a Georgia driver's license.
And what else did he give you?
He also gave me his police ID.
And a police ID, do all officers have that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask for the police ID?
He said he worked for a police department, and I asked to see it. He provided it to me.
And how fast was he going?
He was doing 82 in a 55-mile-per-hour zone.
And did you end up giving him a ticket?
No, I did not, ma'am.
Why did you not give him a ticket?
Because I cut him a break because he was late for drill.
You said he was late for drill?
Yes.
Did he tell you where he was going for drill?
No, he did not.
What direction was he traveling on 316?
Eastbound.
One moment. When you got the identification for Mr. Bryant, did you see him produce a wallet?
What appeared to be a wall, yes.
And is that where he took out his driver's license and police ID?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions?
No questions. Thank you, officer.
All right, may we release this witness? Okay. Thank you, officer. You're excused.
Amy.
Absolutely, I'm sorry. Yes, please call the state, call its next witness.
State's going to call Officer White.
Good afternoon. You'll come on the podium and remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's why.
Thank you. Please be seated, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Could you do me a favor, please, and introduce yourself to the jury? Tell us your name.
I am Officer White.
All right. And Officer White, what is your first name?
Edward.
All right. And Officer White, who do you currently work for?
Gwinnett County Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the police department?
Going on 6 years this year.
prior to working with the police department? Did you have any other law enforcement experience?
Gwinnett County Corrections for about 2.5 years.
And any other thing besides that?
Military police for the National Guard.
Okay, so was that, as a military police officer for the National Guard, are you still doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And was how long have you been a member of the National Guard?
11 years this year.
The entire time, have you been a military police officer?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of running side by side, military police for the National Guard and police officer of Gwinnett County as well?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a post-certified law enforcement officer with powers of arrest?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, how does that work in the military? It's not like a post-certification. How do you become a military police officer?
So you have to go through proper training with basic, you go through the basic training to be a soldier. Then you go to what's called advanced training for your job, whether it's a cook, band, or even military police. You do that, and then you get sworn in as a MP.
Okay. So that training in order to be a military police officer is in addition to the basic training that any service member might go through to be a part of the military?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is a member of the military police, what are your duties?
Show up for once a month and just whatever they have tasked for the day.
All right. So now that's because you're the National Guard, right? You have to drill 1 weekend a month?
Yes.
All right. And then I guess, is it still that you have to drill for like 2 weeks in the summertime or 2 weeks a year?
It varies. It could be 2 to 3 weeks. It's called annual training. I just finished mine for the year. It was 3 weeks, and I was in Poland. So it varies year to year.
In Poland?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I understand that you end up showing up on a weekend and they have various tasks to do, but what is generally the role of a military police officer?
So it varies. It depends on what is going on in society, as like hurricanes, snowstorms, or even civil unrest. Like the one they had in Atlanta, we were called up to help out with GSP, Atlanta Police, as well as Capitol Police to deal with the civil unrest.
Do military police officers perform any functions in terms of ensuring that other members of the military are complying with military regulations or things like that?
When we're at drill, yes.
Okay, so as a military police officer, you have not only the task of potentially doing things like civil unrest or help with other departments, but also somewhat policing members of the military.
Somewhat. It depends on where we're working. We do have MPs that work on Dobbins that do enforce regulation policies and stuff like that a normal officer would do in civilian world.
Understood. In order to, and I'm gonna generalize it here, in order to be a member of the National Guard and specifically a military police officer in the military, do you undergo any kind of training in life-saving treatment of others?
Yes, we do. We go through basic life-saving, as well as if we want to volunteer, we can go into more advanced first responder style life-saving.
And have you gone through that training?
Yes, I have.
Other members of the unit that you're in the National Guard, is it all military police officers, or are you just a military police officer in a different unit?
So it's mainly made up of military police. We also have admin soldiers who do strictly admin. We have supply soldiers who do supply stuff, as well as mechanics.
Switching over, putting on the different hat as the Gwinnett County Police Department officer, did you go through 26-week mandate course in order to become a military police officer, or a Gwinnett County police officer?
As terms for weeks, it was about 6 months of training.
6 months of training.
Yes.
In that training, was that at the Gwinnett County Police Academy?
Yes, it was.
As a police officer, are you trained in life-saving measures?
Yes, we do first aid. We also have a 40-hour course of first responders, which is a refresher as well as an advance for first aid.
Are police officers trained in how to treat medical emergencies that might be related to somebody having a reaction or an overdose to any kind of medication or drug?
Yes, we are all given Narcan, and we're pretty much told to give the person Narcan as well as provide other life-saving support if possible.
Understood. Now, do you know the defendant, Miles Bryant?
Yes, I do.
All right. And how do you know?
Him and I were both in the same unit in the National Guard.
All right. Now, what unit was that?
178th Military Police Company.
All right. So the defendant is also a military police officer?
Yes.
And a member of the National Guard?
Yes.
And how long did you two spend in the same unit?
I don't know when exactly he came to the unit. I came to the unit in 2019 from the 190th MP company before it was disbanded. So I don't know if he was there already or if he came later. We only talk a handful of times.
Okay. Now, how many, you mentioned the term, the unit, you said it was the 170th?
178th Military Police.
178th Military Police. How many members are there generally of that unit?
I have to guess, probably about 300.
All right. Now, is that unit broken down into different groups or platoons, or I don't know what you would call them?
Yes, we're broken down into 3 platoons of military police. Then we also have our headquarters.
Okay. And the platoons, how many is in a platoon?
It ranges, it could be 60 to 70 soldiers at a time.
Okay. And then are platoons, is that the smallest unit, or are there smaller units than platoons?
So a platoon is made up of 4 squads typically, and the 4 squads are made up of 3 to 4 teams that have roughly 4 soldiers in each.
Understood. Now, you're in the same unit as the defendant, the 178th Military Police Unit. Are you guys in the same, when y'all go to drill together, do y'all go to drill every month? Are you drilling with were you drilling with the defendant?
Somewhat. We're at the same company, but we were in different platoons.
Different platoons. And so how often would you interact with other platoons at drill?
Depends on what we're doing that day, depending on if we have training going on or if we have admin stuff going on or doing basic maintenance on our vehicles. It all depends.
Understood. In specific with the defendant, how many times did you personally interact with him? We don't need an exact number, but just if you can generalize for us.
A handful of times, maybe 5 times, just quick talk.
What did y'all generally talk about whenever you saw him?
Hey, how you doing? And I knew he was an officer, but didn't know where, so we'd sometimes share some crazy calls we had over the month, and that's it.
Okay. I want to take you to the month of February of 2023. Did you drill in February of 2023?
I believe we did.
All right. Where did you drill at?
Monroe.
Monroe, is that Georgia?
Yeah, Monroe, Georgia, right near downtown Monroe.
Is that Walton County?
Yes.
Okay. So, and the whole unit drilled at that location there in Monroe?
Whoever showed up. There's some people that, they'll either split out and not show up.
Okay. Let me ask you a more specific question. Did the platoon that Mr. Bryant was in, the defendant, did he drill at that same location with you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the dates that you drilled in February?
I do not.
Okay. Now let me ask you, did you have an occasion to talk to the defendant at drill in the month of February of 2023?
There was a moment where he came up and wanted to talk to me, yes.
Okay, and if you would, describe for the jury what that interaction was.
So we were in the motor pool, which is basically where we keep our vehicles. We were doing maintenance. Every month we do maintenance, make sure the vehicles run, just in case we have to go out and handle a mission or something. The defendant approached me asking me about the missing teenager that was found deceased off 316. I told him, oh, that's East Side. I work Central Gwinnett. I didn't hear anything about it. And he's like, well, man, that was crazy. And then that was kind of our discussion.
Okay. At that time, you had not heard about the case involving Susana Morales missing?
No.
Okay. So, did you initiate that conversation, or did the defendant initiate that conversation?
The defendant initiated the conversation.
And had you said anything to him at that point about any cases in Gwinnett involving missing teenagers or anything like that?
No.
Okay. After you told him that you didn't know anything about it, did he say anything else other than that that was crazy?
No, that was it. Went our separate ways, and that was the end of it.
All right, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
Mr.
I just have one question. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Tracy Drake. Did he ask you to look up anything or call anybody to get some information?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up? All right, may we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State calls next witness.
The state calls Avion Smyer. Ms. Avion, may I have you go right up to that witness, sir?
Good afternoon. If you'll come up on the podium and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay. If you would please be seated. Ma'am, have you ever testified in court before? Okay. This is my court reporter sitting right down here. She's taken everything down. We have to have a record. It's required by law. And so she has to hear what you say. She can't see you nod. And she can't take down uh-huhs or uh-uhs. So we may say, is that a yes or is that a no? We need you to come into the microphones or pull them towards you. They can come, you can pull them towards your mouth because we need to be able to hear you. Would you like some water? You sure?
No, thank you.
Okay, if you decide you'd like some water, we'll get you some water, okay?
All right, Ms. Avion, can you tell us your full name?
Aviana T. Smyer.
And can you spell that?
AVYONNE ATICESMYRE.
And Ms. Smyer, I'm probably going to need you to either pull closer to the microphones or talk a little louder, okay?
And you can pull both of them, and sometimes that makes it best. You can pull it towards you. You sit between them.
Thank you. And Ms. Smyer, how old are you?
20. Sorry.
And what city do you currently live in?
Dallas,
Dallas?
Georgia.
Georgia? Okay. What city did you grow up in?
Augusta, Georgia.
And did you graduate from high school?
Yes.
Which high school did you go to?
East Paulding and Berkmore High School.
So you said first East Paulding?
First Berkmore High School, then East Paulding High School.
What grades did you go to at Berkmore?
9th.
And then East Paulding?
10th through 12th.
Okay. And what are you doing now?
I'm in nursing school and I work 2 jobs.
Okay, you're in nursing school. What school do you go to for nursing?
West Georgia.
What year are you in your nursing program?
Upcoming senior.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you start your senior year yet?
Yes, technically.
Okay. You're in classes right now?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that a
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. And you said you work 2 jobs.
Yes.
Where do you work?
Longhorn and Choa.
CHOA? Is that Children's Healthcare of Atlanta?
Yes.
What do you do for Children's Healthcare?
I'm a patient care tech in the NICU.
Okay, awesome. So what do you do with that job?
A lot of errands for nurses, making sure they have everything they need for their babies.
Okay, that's excellent. How long have you been working at Children's Healthcare?
March of this year.
Which actual hospital are you at?
Goddess Right.
And do you know Mr. Miles Bryant?
Yes.
When did you first meet him?
8th or 9th grade.
Okay. And how did you meet him in 8th or 9th grade?
At school, at Berkmore High School.
Berkmore? Okay. Were you the same age or the same grade?
No, I was a freshman and he was maybe a junior or senior.
Okay. Did you have any classes together?
No.
How did you actually meet?
I think it was in the hallway or after school.
Okay. And at some point, did you start dating?
Yes.
Tell us when you dated.
Starting at either like September, October of 2021.
In September of 2021, were you still at Brookmar?
No,
Where were you then?
I was in college. I was a freshman at West Georgia.
Okay, So when you were in Berkmar with him, what was your relationship with him then?
Just good friends.
Okay. How did you go from friends to dating?
We talked throughout the years when I moved away from Berkmar, and we got back close after not talking for a while. We just started texting and talking more.
Do you know who reached out to who first?
Me.
And you said in September 2021?
Right.
And you were in college. What college were you in then?
West Georgia.
West Georgia.
Mhm.
And what year were you in school?
A freshman.
And at that point, when you started talking, you were in West Georgia. Where's West Georgia located?
Carrollton, Georgia.
Were you living over in Carrollton?
On campus.
Okay. And do you know where Mr. Bryant was?
Yes. I believe at the time he was still living at home with his mom.
And do you know what city that was in?
Gwinnett County, Gwinnett, Norcross, Georgia.
Okay. So you're in Carrollton, he's in Norcross, and you started dating.
Yes.
How long did you date?
I guess 2 years-ish. Almost 2 years.
Okay, so September 2021, when do you think the relationship ended?
December 23.
And from September 21 to December 2023, were you full-time dating, or were there any breaks in between?
No breaks.
Okay. Your relationship, you're in school, he's in Norcross. How often did you guys see each other?
It would differ. Sometimes every week, sometimes maybe once a month. We had busy schedules.
Were you driving to Gwinnett, or he was driving to Carrollton?
I drove to Gwinnett maybe 3-4 times the whole time. He always came to me.
Okay. And you're living in a dorm? Did he stay in the dorm with you?
No. Yes, at some point.
Okay. No. So sometimes he stayed in the dorm?
Once or twice.
Okay. The other times when he came to see you in Carrollton, what would you guys do?
We would go get food, maybe go see a movie, or hang out somewhere. We went to a rage room before, stuff like that.
When you came to Gwinnett, what kind of stuff did you guys do?
The one time I remember we went, I don't remember what it was called, but it was some type of place that had a lot of games and things like that, and we went to the mall.
Okay. During your relationship from September of 2021 to December of 2023, were you dating anyone else besides Mr. Bryant?
No.
Did you consider your relationship exclusive at that point?
Yes.
Do you know if he was dating anyone else?
I do now.
What does that mean?
I had suspicions when we were together, but none confirmed until towards the end, and then very much confirmed once all of this stuff came out.
You said you had suspicions. Did you ever confront him about those suspicions?
Yes. There was a reason for stuff, an excuse for things that were going on.
Okay, explain to us what led to your suspicions. Why did you have suspicions?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevancy. If he cheated on her, he cheated on her, or if she thought he cheated, I don't understand the relevance to this case.
Your Honor, it's relevant for the statements that the defendant will make in his interview.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
We're making
The
it.
statements that Detective Carter will testify to in the defendant's interview.
I'm not quite certain
Okay.
how that's going to be relevant.
All right. Hold on a second. I'm going to ask the jury, I'm going to ask Eddie to take the jury out for just a few minutes. And I want to ask Detective Perkins to take the witness out. And we'll be right back with you, ma'am. Thank you, Detective Burke. Investigator. Did I say that wrong? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, would the state like to make a proffer? What you expect this witness to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor, I expect this witness will testify to the defendant making numerous statements that are untruthful to her during the relationship, references to cheating and faithfulness, as well as other untruthful statements. We heard from Ms. Drake in her opening that we anticipate the defendant will get on the stand and make statements, as well as the state will be tendering the defendant's interview, which he made to law enforcement. When he gets on the stand, he'll be under oath and be asked to make truthful statements. So his history in this relationship of being truthful and making statements, as well as he will make statements in his interview that Detective Carter will testify to, that on the night that Ms. Morales went missing, he was speaking to with another woman, Ms. Parks, who was also a witness that will come in.
Okay, so you're challenging his veracity. You're bringing this testimony to challenge his truthfulness because Ms. Drake has indicated he will testify on the stand.
As well as his statement to Detective Carter that will come in through Detective Carter or Detective Dorstadt.
Your Honor, I mean, my client's going to admit, and I think he even admitted in the interview that he was cheating. I mean, so I don't know what else this witness is going to add. I mean, it's not going to be something that he said, no, I was exclusive with her. I mean, he's going.
I think, as I understand it, now, correct me if I'm wrong, you're offering this witness to show his untruthfulness.
Correct, Your Honor.
On the basis of him testifying.
His testifying as well as the statement that he gave to law enforcement.
And that statement's already coming in, so you're already challenging veracity by the statement if it's different than what he says on the stand.
But if this witness, Your Honor, can make statements that contradict the statement he gave to law enforcement, that would be relevant.
Okay. What statement do you anticipate she's going to make that contradict his interview, which I've watched in its entirety?
In his interview, he will make statements in reference to his other girlfriend, Ms. Parks, and him fighting on the evening that Ms. Morales went missing, that he was following her around. This witness can testify to her knowledge on statements that the defendant gave her on his whereabouts and what he was doing and who he was talking to on the night that Ms. Morales went missing.
Okay, I believe his interview was that she was chasing him around in a car and that he had been cheating on her.
Right, and I anticipate that Ms. Parks is going to come in and say, and it's on video, I'm sure they're going to have somebody testify that she said I wasn't chasing him around.
Okay. Does this witness have any information about where he was on the night of Ms. Morales' disappearance?
Only what the defendant told her.
But of that specific date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, because he gave a chronology of what he was doing that date in his interview.
And
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? 'Cause your last statement threw me off. That he told her what he was doing on
July 27, 2022. July 26th and the 27th on 2022.
As I understand it, help me make it, I've watched the interview, the whole 3.5 hours. Mr. Bryant gives a detailed description of where he was the night the night Susana Morales went missing.
Right.
That his girlfriend, Ms. Parks, was chasing him around.
Correct.
In a car.
Correct.
Because he was caught cheating on her.
Correct. Not with this.
Not with this young lady. And the state's proffer is that the defendant has said where he was on July 26, 2022, that is different than he said in his interview?
Yes, in July 26th into the early morning hours of the 27th,
Okay.
This witness will make statements as to the defendant telling her where he was and what he was doing in that time frame, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have not gotten a copy of any statements, so if I could have a few minutes to speak with her.
If she wants to speak to you.
Right.
And, Your Honor, may I speak? I don't want to speak.
You can't double team.
Or maybe if you could give me one moment.
Okay.
I just want to clarify.
Your Honor, maybe if I could just ask them what the statements are, that might save about.
Okay. Hold it. Let's just.
Okay, Your Honor, kind of a different issue. They are planning on introducing text messages. I thought she was talking about a different conversation that I wasn't privy to. So
Okay.
I apologize for that. It's going to be States Exhibits 41.4 through 6. I believe these are text messages from.
Ms. Drake, the ones I was referencing was 41.
Oh, okay, those I have no
41 through 41.3, which are text messages from
the night of.
The night Ms. Morales went missing.
Right, those I have no objection to.
That is one issue. The other issue that I believe she's objecting to is this witness testifying to the nature of her relationship with the defendant, and the defendant, what she was about to testify to, continuing to give excuses, change his story, and be untruthful to her in their relationship. And Ms. Drake has stated in opening that the defendant will get on the stand and then ask this jury to
Believe him.
And here's a witness who's going to talk about the nature of 2 years, what she experienced with him.
They're introducing the video. They're going to have Ms. Parks. I think it's safe to say at this point he lied to both women. I'm just arguing on relevance at this point.
I mean, I think the state is saying it's relevant because of his veracity. I'm going to tell me everything you want to tell me, and then I'm going to take a break and check some.
Are you also objecting to the 41.4 and 41.5? No. Okay. You're okay with the judge looking at these?
These last two? If we may approach just briefly to hand you some exhibits.
Okay.
The last 3 exhibits that they were going to tender, I'm just objecting as to relevance and the date.
Okay.
On there.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. I'm going to take a 10-minute break and consult with Ms. Krepusman.
Did you explain any of those other documents that you understand?
No, because we didn't even get to.
Do you?
Those are 2 other exhibits that I plan to tender through this witness. They are text messages between the defendant and this witness. They are in, I don't have the number, but the full.
41.4 and 41.5 is what I have in my hand by consent.
A larger exhibit, a phone number that will come in through another witness, but this witness will lay a foundation that this was text messages between her and the defendant.
And Your Honor, also on there, once the court reads, you will understand.
Okay.
Our contention would be that should have been, that those particular, not these others, but those should have been filed as a 404, as an alleged possible previous bad act.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a few minutes break. I want everybody back in here at 4:15. I can't guarantee I'll be back in here at 4:15. I'm gonna take a break and do a little research. Okay. Let me make sure I understand the witness, the exhibits 41, 41.1, 41.2, and 41.3. Ms. Drake, are you okay with those coming in?
Yes, ma'am. They're going to be
That's what I-
the foundation. They're the night, so they're definitely relevant. I
Okay.
have no issue with that.
Okay. With regard to your issue of relevancy about him cheating, is that along with those texts, or is that also still on the table, the relevancy objection? Because we had a lot of, and I just want to make sure I rule on each.
At this point, after talking some more, and I do understand the purpose for what they're being entered, I will withdraw that objection. She can talk about the cheating or whatever. I guess my main objection at this point is going to be those last 3 text messages that we brought up to this.
Right.
Or 3 exhibits, rather.
Last 2.
It's only 2.
Two.
The last one we're not using.
Oh, okay, just those 2.
Wait a minute. Okay, so the 41.4 and the 41.5.
Yes.
Okay, I find that there's no purpose that's been offered by the state that this would be a 404B, and I'm going to, at this time, exclude the state from entering exhibits 41.4 and 41.5. Let me give them back to you, Ms. Matucci, so that I don't accidentally take them off the bench. Thank you. Okay, and DA investigator, would you get Investigator Perkins and the witness? Thank you. And we can bring the jury back in, correct? Ms. Matucci? Jury? Ms. Drake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bring the jury back in. No. Thank you, Investigator Perkins. Are you sure you don't want some water?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. As I warned you, you're going to feel like Jack in the Box sometimes, okay? And so this afternoon, we had something we had to take out of your presence. Appreciate your patience, and we're ready to go forward with this witness. And ma'am, you're still under oath. All right, go ahead, Ms. Matucci.
Ms. Mayor, before we took a break, we were talking about the relationship you had with Mr. Bryant. And you said at some point you learned that he was not faithful. Tell us why you came to that conclusion.
I got a message from another girl.
Okay.
Asking how I knew him as her boyfriend.
Okay. Did you also, during your relationship with Mr. Bryant, you said that you would see him sometimes once a week and sometimes once a month, is that correct?
Yes.
How often did you communicate?
Every day.
How did you communicate? What platforms?
Mostly FaceTime.
Okay.
And then messaging.
FaceTime and messaging, like text messages?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also, are you friends on any social media platforms with him?
Yes.
Okay. Which platforms did you use?
Instagram, Snapchat.
Okay. But mostly texting and FaceTime?
Yes.
During the communication when you were not together and you guys were communicating, were there times that he had to end the call or get off the phone?
No. When we were not together.
So when you were together in a relationship, but not
Yes.
physically in the same location?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. So you mentioned something about excuses.
Yes.
Tell us what you meant by excuses. There were a lot of excuses.
It was always, oh, somebody's calling me, or hold on, I'll call you right back, or hold on, it's my mom, something like that.
How often was that happening?
Almost every time we were on the phone.
You have to speak up.
Almost every time we were on the phone.
And at the time when those excuses were happening in the relationship, did you suspect anything other than him having to go get off the phone or go talk to his mom?
Yes.
What did you think was going on?
There was something else that was getting his attention.
Did you confront Mr. Bryant about something else getting his attention?
Yes.
And when you did, what would the response be?
Oh, I'm just busy, or work stuff, or yeah, stuff like that.
Okay. You said when you first started dating, he lived at home with his parents?
Yes.
Was there a time in your relationship that he ended up moving out of his parents' home?
Yes.
Where did he move to? Do you know?
I don't know the name of the neighborhood, but it's the apartments in Gwinnett.
In Gwinnett? Do you know which city in Gwinnett?
I think Norcross.
Okay. And that apartment in Norcross, how long did he live there during your relationship?
I believe it was majority of the relationship.
Okay. Did you ever, the majority of your relationship, he was living in that apartment in Norcross?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that apartment in Norcross?
Yes, twice.
Twice?
Yes.
Those 2 times, did you spend the night?
I did once.
So only one time during more than 2 years of dating that you slept at his house?
Yes.
Did you ever try to go over to that apartment or see him at his house any more times?
Yes.
What would the response be?
Oh, I'm busy, or I'll come to you, or just deflecting.
At any point in your relationship, did Mr. Bryant mention anything about a teenage girl named Susana Morales going missing from Norcross?
She was never mentioned by name, but he did tell me, like, oh, when they found her.
What do you mean when they found her?
We were on the phone, and he was just like, oh, they found the girl's body. And I'm like, what girl? And then he told me a little bit about how, what happened, like where she was from, Gwinnett, and then it was very brief. But, yeah.
Did you know why he was telling you about that?
No, I just thought it was routine for just telling me stuff about his job or police stuff.
Okay. Had you talked prior to the conversation about her body being found, had you and Mr. Bryant talked about the young girl going missing?
No.
Did you know about it from the news or any other source?
No.
Okay. And when he said that that girl was found, did you ask him why he was telling you?
No.
Okay. How long was that? I'm sorry?
Sometimes he would mention stuff about police stuff, so I didn't think anything of it.
That conversation when he said the girl was found, do you know when that you had that conversation?
I believe it was very close to when he got arrested.
Okay.
Probably within a month or so, maybe.
Okay. During your relationship with Mr. Bryant, do you know what type of vehicle he owned?
Yes.
What was it?
A Ford F-150.
Do you know what color it was?
Black.
And did you ever go in that vehicle?
Yes.
At any point in the relationship, did you ever notice any damage to that truck?
Yes.
Tell us what the damage was that you saw on the truck.
There were some scratches on the sides, like along from the front to the back, and the side view mirrors were cracked.
You said scratches on the side from the front to the back. The front, are you talking about which part? When you mean front, what do you mean?
Horizontally from, like, on the left side or right side, from the light to, like, the back, the front to back.
So the headlights to all the way to the back of the truck, like where the
Right.
tag is?
Right.
Was it on one side or both sides?
I think both.
Do you know, did that look like something, do you know how the scratches got there?
No.
Did you ask about how the scratches got there?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did?
Yes.
Remember approximately when that was that you saw those scratches on the side of the truck?
I don't remember. I just know it was warm outside. It was hot outside.
It's hot outside. Okay. Had you seen them before?
No.
And when you asked him about the scratches on the side of the truck, what did he tell you?
It was around the time where the gun got stolen.
Okay, what do you mean
So,
the gun got stolen?
when he mentioned his gun got stolen out of his truck, it was around that same time.
Okay. All right, so first we talked about scratches on a truck, you said.
Right.
And then you said a mirror was cracked.
Right.
Which mirror was cracked?
I don't remember
No,
that.
are we talking about the mirrors on the outside, the side
Yes.
mirrors, or the mirror inside the car?
Outside.
The outside mirrors.
Right.
Okay, so one of them was cracked, and the scratches were on it. Did he say that he had
Please
been...
answer audibly. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes. Did he
Yes.
say if he had been in a wreck or a car crash?
No.
Okay. Did you know how the mirror got cracked?
No.
And that was at the same time that you saw the scratches?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that was also around the time a gun was stolen. Tell us
Yes.
about how you know about a gun being stolen.
He called me, I believe, told me his gun got stolen out of his truck. That was the end of that.
Okay. Did he say anything else was stolen out of this truck?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Did you know, during your relationship, did you know where he kept his gun?
No.
Did you ever see it in a truck?
Yes, I've seen it in the truck before.
Do you know where in the truck you would see it?
The middle, like where the cup holders are. Maybe.
Okay, so like the center console area?
Yes.
And when the truck that Mr. Bryant had, you said it was a Ford, did the truck have automatic locks that locked when you got out of the car, or did you have to lock it with like a key or a remote?
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. Do you remember if Mr. Bryant would lock his truck when you got out of it?
No.
Okay, that's okay. But you said when he told you the gun was stolen, did he tell you what he did about the gun being stolen? Did he try and find it?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know why he told you his gun was stolen?
I think just telling me what was going on at the time.
Okay. And you said the gun being stolen was the same time you saw the scratches and the cracked mirror.
Yes.
At any point, did you find out if the scratches were ever fixed, if he got the truck repaired?
Yes, because the next time I saw him, they weren't on the truck anymore.
Okay. Did you talk to him about the damage being fixed?
No.
What about the mirror? Did you see the mirror still broken when you saw the truck the next time?
No.
Okay. But you don't know how it got fixed?
No.
After he told you the gun was stolen, did you ever see him carrying a gun after that?
I don't remember.
Did he always carry a gun when he was not working?
Yes.
Where would the gun be? Would he carry it on his person?
Yes.
And do you know how he carried it? Like which part of his body he carried it on?
Probably like on his stomach, like in
On
the...
his hip?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't remember after he told you it was stolen if he ever had it.
Right. And he had multiple guns, so I don't know if... Yeah, I just don't know.
Did he tell you which one was stolen?
No, not that I can remember.
On the night of, you said, so you're living in Carrollton in school.
Yes.
Did you during the summer months of back in July of 2022, were you living in Carrollton then?
Yes, I was still living there, but I was back and forth home.
Okay. Would you take summer classes?
Yes,
Okay. And you said you were back and forth between home. Where was home?
Dallas, Georgia.
Okay. And in Dallas, Georgia, who did you stay with?
My mom.
And do you remember, were you still in a relationship with Mr. Bryant back then in July of 20?
Yes.
Do you remember what your phone number was back then? Do you still have the same phone?
Yes.
Same phone number?
Yes.
What's your phone number?
678-458-1707.
I'm going to show you some photographs that are marked states 41, 41.1, 41.2, and 41.3. If you could take a moment and look at these. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are those, what are those photographs of?
Messages from the night,
What night? Which date?
July 26th, 2022.
Are those messages from your phone?
Yes.
And are those who were those messages between you and who else?
Miles. Sorry.
And are those true and accurate photographs of messages from your cell phone?
Yes.
To Mr. Bryant?
Yes.
Offender states 41, 41.1, 41.2, and 41.3.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 41, 41.1, 41.2, 41.3 are admitted without objection.
And do you remember that night?
Not clearly.
Do you, after seeing those messages, do you remember, I guess, where you were that night?
Yes.
Where were you?
School.
School in Carrollton?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Bryant that night?
Briefly, yes.
Tell us what was going on that night between you and Mr. Bryant.
We were arguing about something with another girl. I don't remember clearly. But it was a very short conversation.
Do you remember the other girl's name?
Yes.
What was her name?
Zenobia.
Did you ever meet Zenobia?
No.
You're on our permission to publish dates 41 through 43.
Yes.
And this is your phone?
Yes.
And we see at the top Miles Bryant. What is that a picture?
The contact picture?
Yes, the contact.
Him and I.
Okay. Did you take that picture?
I did.
Okay. And what is the date on these text messages?
July 26, 2022.
Okay. And I'm going to have you, the first message, the gray message, is that you or him?
Him.
Okay. You said that you were arguing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Yes.
remember what time of day you guys were arguing?
I mean, this is at 9:30, but I believe it was that night. I don't know what time exactly.
And you said you were arguing, was that on the phone or FaceTime or text?
Both.
Okay. And when you were talking to him and arguing, do you know where he was?
No.
Okay. Did you know if he was working or at home or off time?
Off.
Okay. I'm going to have you read read these messages, okay, and the time. The
From
messages, who is that, the first one?
him.
Okay.
You want me to read that?
Yeah.
Hope you're having a good shift. I didn't call.
And when he's talking about a shift, what is he talking about?
I was at Longhorn.
Okay. You can keep reading.
Nope. I say things I don't necessarily mean because I was still looking for a text or call, but I guess you're trying to show me how to live without you.
And we see the time next to it. What is that time?
9:33.
Okay. And did you know where he was then?
No.
Okay. You can keep going.
No, that's not it. And it's okay. You meant it all from you losing respect from you to not wanting to hear from me. I was worried, though. I don't want nothing to happen to you. And yeah, don't get me wrong, I don't say things for the hell of it, but I was waiting for you to talk to me all day and you didn't. I cried from the moment I woke up till it was time to go to work about this, and I was worried as well with not hearing anything because you were drinking. 9:48. Keep going. Yes. And no matter what, I'm trying. No matter how mad I am at you, I want you to talk to me. I want you to try, even if you're hurt, even if you don't. If you don't want to be with me, I'd rather you say that than not talk to me. I keep talking to you because I want to know shit and be communicated with. And the more you decide to ignore me and not talk to me, the more and more distance between us. When I say tell me if you don't want to be together, I mean it. I'm not staying nowhere. I'm not wanted. I'm not 1,000% wanted.
And you're talking about not communicating and ignoring you. Do you know what? Remember why you were saying those things about him ignoring you?
Yes, because it was a constant thing. If I was having a problem with something, he didn't like to have a serious conversation with me.
Okay. And on this night of July 26, 2022, was he ignoring you that night?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to 41.1. At the time, what's the last time that you said when you're telling him you're ignoring?
10:50.
Okay. And we're going to go, Your Honor, to 41.1. And do you remember, did you try to call him when you were texting him about this stuff?
Probably, because he said he was on the phone with his mom, so I probably did try to call him.
So you're still talking to Miles on this. The first text, who is that?
Him.
And what does that say?
Hold up on the phone with my mom.
And what time is that?
10:57.
Do you know if he was on his phone with his mom or not?
No.
Okay. And would he tell you in the past that he was on the phone with his mom?
Yes.
How often was that?
Often.
Okay. You can keep reading.
Okay, well, this needs to be solved tonight. We're too over the not communicating and don't know what's going on in the supposed relationship. You choose not to call me. I know where we stand at 10:58. And you need to learn how to prioritize. You can and will talk to your mom all the time. Your mom is your mom and will always be your mom. I will not always be your girlfriend if I can't be a priority. When we're going through some shit, you always got to talk to your mom or be on the phone with your mom. Sometimes you can grow up and tell your mom you'll call her back, because I always do that for you at 11 o'clock. And then I replied to my message and said tonight, 11:10.
What were you saying tonight for?
Oh, I said it needs to be solved tonight.
Okay. And did he respond?
No.
No? Okay. And did you respond back?
Yeah, I texted again.
What time did you text next?
12:58.
Okay.
What'd you hang up for? Because this is irritating all the time. We can't have one conversation without you hanging up.
Do you remember how long you spoke to him before you hung up?
No.
And do you remember, did he just hang up, or did he give you a reason for hanging up?
I don't remember.
Okay. And that was at what time?
12:58.
Okay. If we can go, Your Honor, to 41.2. And what date is this?
July 27, 2022.
So is this the next early morning hours?
Yes, 2:36 a.m.
Okay. And what is his text?
You here at 2:36. At 2:36, I said wrong person, perhaps. 2:37, he said no, I was butt texting.
What do you mean butt texting? Do you know?
I guess an accidental message.
Okay.
2:37, I said, yeah, not the time for that.
Did you know where he was when he said you here?
No.
Okay.
And, well, he told me he was at home. I guess I can say that.
He told you he was home?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were calling him, he was supposedly home?
Yes.
And he was not answering?
Right. Not working. He said he was working on reports that night. Something for work.
Something for work?
Yes.
But he was off?
Yes, off.
Off of work?
Right.
Okay. You can read the next messages that he sent.
2:37, LOL, stop, damn, just throw me out there like that. 2:37, I said, but I'm gonna leave that alone. 2:37, I said, yeah, because it seems very much like you hanging up on me, so I don't hear or see certain things, but again, I'm gonna leave that alone. At 2:38, and then 3:07, hey, what you doing?
That's from him?
Yes.
Okay.
3:07, I said I was on TikTok. He said, oh. I said, yep. 3:40, he said, these reports kicking my ass.
Did you know what he was talking about there for these reports kicking my ass?
Yes, the reports from work, whatever happened throughout the day when he was at work.
So writing police reports?
Yes.
Write police reports on his off time?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't know where he was then?
He was at home,
You
from my
thought he was-
knowledge.
From your knowledge, he was at home
Right.
at 3 in the morning?
Right.
Okay.
And I said, hope you get them done in a reasonable time at 3:50.
Okay. And we'll move on to the next one, 41.3.
July 27th, 2022 at 5:07.
5:07 a.m.?
Correct. He said, I just finished. And at 11:19, July 27th, I said, okay, have a good day.
Okay. Did you ever find out where he was that time?
Yes,
Where?
where the body was found.
At some point, did you learn about Mr. Bryant being arrested?
Yes.
How did you learn about that?
At about 8 that night, I had got out of my CNA class, and a friend from Gwinnett County called me asking if I was okay. And I was like, yeah, what's going on? And so she sent it to me.
Did you speak to Mr. Bryant in the Gwinnett County Jail?
Yes,
How often did you speak to Mr. Bryant in the Gwinnett County Jail?
every day.
When did you decide to end the relationship?
In December of 2023.
Why did you decide to end the relationship?
We were distant. I started to think a little bit more about what was actually going on because I was distancing myself from the case matters because I didn't know what was going on. So I started to actually think and wonder what's happening as far as the case. And then I had a lot going on with school and life, so I just got distant myself. We stopped talking, so then I didn't feel the need to stay with him anymore.
Why did you decide to stay with you? Still date him while he was in jail?
Yes, I didn't believe what was going on, to be completely honest with you. I just Miles, like in my head, Miles would never do what was being said, so I didn't believe anything. I was staying by him as a good friend, as a good girlfriend. That was the right thing to do in my mind at the time.
At some point, did your mind change?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your legal objection?
May we just approach briefly?
Yes.
After you broke up with Mr. Bryant in December of 2023, did you still talk to him sometimes?
Yes.
How often do you think you talked to him?
Probably a total of 5 times since then.
And at any point, did he ask you if you were dating anyone else?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
In the beginning, I said no. Well, it's still a no, actually. No.
Do you speak to his family?
Not anymore.
Yeah, that's all the questions I
All right. The defense may have some questions for you. Ms. Drake?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Tracy Drake. First off, great school. That's where I went for my undergrad, love West Georgia. I just have a few questions for you. So you spoke to him every day from the time of his arrest until December of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And then a few miscellaneous times?
Yes.
And I just wanted to clarify, he asked you if you were dating someone and you said, I told him no. Were you dating someone and just didn't want to tell him, or no, you really weren't dating anyone?
No, I really wasn't.
I know Miles cheated on you, which is terrible, and I'm not trying to condone that at all. But if you take the cheating apart, did you love Miles?
Yes.
Today, how do you feel about it?
Still have love for him.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Sarah, when you were talking about the cheating, did you share location on your cell phone with Mr. Bryant?
Yes.
Did he share location with you?
Yes.
Did that location always remain on?
No.
By you, did you always keep your location on?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bryant always keep his location on his phone?
No.
Thank you.
No other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
May we release this witness? She's subject to recall?
Yeah, I'd like her to remain subject to recall.
Okay. Okay. Ma'am, you're excused for today, but you're still under subpoena if the state needs to call you again.
Okay.
I don't know if you may be under subpoena by both parties, but.
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is Ned joining? Ned? No. Okay. So no more witnesses? Okay. All right. All right. You were. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn for the day. I'm going to ask that you be here at 8:45 tomorrow, and we are going to stay after you leave to make sure there's nothing that would impair us from getting started at 9 sharp, okay? Thank you. Hold on a second, I might need, let me just, for the record, you can't look up this case. You can't talk about this case even with each other. You can't Google this case. You can't post on social media, your social media. You can't look up Mr. Bryant's social media or any incident address. That's just for the record. I just want to let you just say that again before you leave. Thank you. Oh, no, I mean, it doesn't matter. Any matters for the state before I go over bench conferences with Mr. Bryant?
No, Your Honor, I will update the court that it was shortly after 4 o'clock that my witness had let me know that she was just concluding her class. She would have to head home to change because she was not in appropriate attire. And by the time she would get here, we would be sitting here for probably 30 or 45 minutes.
No problem.
So.
No problem. I appreciate your attempt. No problem. Any matters for the defense?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. I believe we only had 2 bench conferences today. One was about scheduling witnesses that the state wanted to tell me that they might be finishing before 5, and the second one was when this last witness, Ms. Smyer was on the stand, and Ms. Matucci asked her at some point, did you change your mind about being in a relationship with Mr. Bryant, something to that effect. And Ms. Drake asked to approach, and we discussed that Ms. Drake was concerned that there would be a statement that would cause an error in this trial and make me have to call a mistrial in response to some of the questions Ms. Matucci was asking, and so we resolved that, and she did not go forward with that questioning. Am I right, Ms. Drake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, am I right, Mr. Delphont?
That's not our question, Judge.
Okay. All right, we'll see you at 8:45.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I don't think Leotie would know what to do if you put her on concrete and said, go to the bathroom. She'd hold it for years.
Yeah, we have a barrier blocking the wet concrete Yes, we have a barrier blocking the wet concrete right now, but what a far cry from earlier this week and last when water was gushing up here. We just checked with businesses who lost out during that. I was looking at the video, I'm looking much thinner. It's really starting to show now.
You are?
Yep.
I would second that.
But I would say that I am bloated more and like my hands are swelling. So I'm like, what's going on? I had a piece of pizza last night. I'm like, maybe my body doesn't want anything. The sugar, I'm eating nothing but like Kit Kats and
That would be.
and I'm like,
That would make you bloated.
ooh, but I thought that would be sodium. I told Brandon, I said, eat the rest of the pizza. I'm never eating anything unhealthy again. I just feel so gross.
Maybe that's your body's finally, you can finally tell.
I can feel differences, you know, because whenever you're drinking, you always feel a little weird.
Shit.
You feel a little sluggish.
I mean, it's funny you say that. I will say, like, I definitely noticed eating like a bunch of bad food, or like what I would normally have some beers and then have a bunch of bad food. It would feel fine. It would feel fine. Now it's like, because I'm not drinking, it's like I'm hyper aware of how shitty that bad food makes me feel afterwards.
So maybe I'm there.
I mean, yeah, you could be.
Do you hear stuff in your ear?
Not anymore.
Okay.
I mean, I definitely feel bad after I eat a lot of candy.
I mean, my neighbor offered me a glass of wine last night, and I licked it, and I was like, oh, I don't know how you do it. It just tastes like pure sugar right now.
That's good.
She's like, I can't believe you're really doing this. I'm like, I just don't want it. And I just tried yours, and it tasted like shit.
Well, this is top shelf right here, Courtney. Dripping from the
I'm like, and I feel like I'm going to be bloated immediately after I drink that. Like, I just feel it. She's like, no, you won't. I'm like, oh, somebody's calling me. Don't call me right now. Okay, now I hear the show. Local. Do you want me to walk out of the way that way?
Yeah, just walk that and I'll just push into that.
Are we in boxes or no?
It's ugly. $30. Yes, Wendy, we have a barrier left behind, blocking some wet concrete out here. But what a far cry from earlier this week and last when water was gushing out of the ground here. We spoke to businesses who lost out during that. That's what I was afraid of, yeah.
Actually, it was really delayed.
I was sitting back in the car riding when the crew wrapped up here this afternoon. I saw them smiling, laughing. I was in the car riding this afternoon when workers here wrapped up, and you could see them smiling, laughing, high-fiving, and they were shouting, "Done." So it's been a long week for them out here as well. Yeah. Did you hear that?